This broadcast is the copyright of the American Sevens Football League for the private use of our audience. Any use of this broadcast without express written consent of the A7FL is strictly prohibited.
We know what it takes to be reaching the top. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top.
Lower the lights down. Hand over my crown. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Turning the track up. I'll never go back down. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
You are looking live at the beautiful state of Florida. It's St. Petersburg, Florida. We decide who will be moving on into the A7FL National Playoffs. Who's going to be the Florida Division champion? Will it be the Orlando Ghost, or will it be the Boogeymen of the Eastern Conference, the Tampa Nightcrawlers? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matt Ryan, joined alongside Corey Hammond on what is a beautiful day both in Florida and here, live from my actual apartment.
Well, and it just goes to show you the A7FL in Season 10 is, basically where spring football lives. And for 10 years, we've seen teams play this style of football, and now we're going to see some of the best athletes in our league on this field in Games of the Week for the first time this season. I just saw Mark Bagway walking on the sideline. There's Joey Bate there for the coin toss. And, Matt, I'm really excited because as New Jersey basically mostly, maybe only guys during the regular season, it's awesome to get a chance to look in live, give you the fan, and bring you Florida football for the first time all season.
And during the broadcast, we will give you scores and updates from across the A7FL. And a great look at what we're seeing in Florida. Shout out to Ryan and Jerry DePaul running operations down there in the Sunshine State. And there he is, number 45.
It's a doctor. He's Dr. C.
Dominique Rogers-Cromartie appearing on the A7FL Games of the Week. Zach Morgan owes somebody $20. I don't know who exactly, but
I just saw on the back of his jersey that it's just Dr. C. I don't know all of that other stuff. Hey, man, welcome to the league again. Go out there and play.
But let's talk about some of the players on the Orlando Ghosts. A man who went through the WWE Performance Center, Gabriel Y., a former rugby player, is turned into a huge weapon for the Ghosts in both of their victories so far this season against the O-Town Orange. Corey, if you want a running back in the A7FL, you want a guy like him. And you can imagine coming off the edge, that would be a problem. And then you've got its thick boy season, Bernard Charamont. That man right there sounded like he could play quarterback, he could be a French general, or he has at least 4 Stanley Cup rings.
Well, it's one of those 3, or maybe even a 4th option that, he's just living it up on thick boy season. But he's been able to control the offense. They made the switch kind of early on in the season to go with Charamont, and he's proven that he can deliver the ball when he needs to.
And they've got the Condrey Dennison and Isavian Howard. Some new names, and there's Joey Bate. He's got some moves there. He's rocking the 80s look, the headband, that sweatband. The man built like Julian Edelman and moves very precisely down the field. But then when you walk against this team, Doomsday Incarnate, Logo Davis, Mark Bagway, BME Keese, a wide receiver and returner, unsure if he'll be in the lineup today, but if you see a man wearing number 1 running down the field like a shot up the Suncoast Turnpike, that is BME Keese. He shuts him down every time they're on the field. You're wondering why the field looks like that. Well, it's BME Keese's fault because he tears up the turf everywhere he goes, alongside Rico Brown, who hands out head tops like I hand out hellos and how you doing live on the broadcast. This team, Corey, is what you don't want to face. Rico Brown pinballing off a referee. He spinballed like Sonic the Hedgehog, boinged, got the rings back, and got the yardage. This offense, Corey, is a problem for anyone who goes against them.
Well, and the revenge tour starts now on the games of the week. This Nightcrawlers team was one possession away from winning the national championship last year. They're returning a lot of guys to try to get that revenge back, and here it starts.
It will be the Nightcrawlers starting things off here. 7-on-7 football. The thing that makes us different is a 3-on-1 return, and that is number 3.
That looks like Rico Brown.
That's Rico Brown set on the return. Rico Brown looking like the invisible man. It's ISO Rico, and he will get taken out of play near the 20-yard line. And if this was in the fourth quarter, Corey Hammond, that would have been a problem for the Nightcrawlers, because if you're tied or down in the fourth and you stop somebody on a 3-on-1 inside the 20, you get the ball back. But I don't see a lot of people getting the ball back from that gentleman. The Offensive Player of the Year in 2023, Mark Bagway, and then number 4, Logo Davis. It's pick your poison, Corey Hammond, on who you're going to stand against.
Well, and all season we've really kind of talked around, whether you listen into the games of the week or you tune into the 3-on-1 podcast, releasing weekly wherever you get your podcasts. We've been talking about we want to see the full lineup of the Nightcrawlers to kind of judge what their chances are going deep into the playoffs this season. And really, Matt, all we have to see is looking into that huddle right now. They have what it takes to be really dangerous, not only in this game, which is going to be fun to watch today, but obviously there's confirmation for the playoffs moving forward. Mark Bagway is a do-everything guy. Logo Davis is a do-everything, maybe even better guy. And when you have both of those guys as options to make plays in your backfield, you got a great chance to win not only today's game, but any game that they face in the future. And it'll be Logo starting at quarterback.
Ghost will rush 3, 1st and 10. The snap, and that is Logo Davis. Davis will roll out. He will throw this one. He will whip it downfield, tipped up and out of the hands of the receiver. Number 3, it will be 2nd down. That was Rico Brown again, almost on the catch. And that was a game breaker.
Well,
first play of the game, they're like, you know what? Just alley-oop it.
Well, that's their MO. If you watch film on this Nightcrawlers team, when they've been on games of the week, they go deep to Rico Brown first play. Look no further than some of the highlights we just shown against the Watchmen in the Final Four last year. But great play from the Ghosts to make sure that the underthrown pass, which is a rare miss from Logo Davis, was not still a big, huge play. And that really exciting incompletion basically means that they get to do it again on 2nd and 10.
I almost knocked over all the tenuous production equipment that we have here in the studio. And there's Mark Bagway set up at the outside of your screen. It's 2nd and 10. The throw. That's to Bagway. Mark Bagway making his way down the sideline. Mark Bagway gets out of play, and it will be 1st and 10.
The way that he just dropped his hips and changed direction, that's an NFL-type move. He's making it on just an easy, quick slant. And with the type of ability that Mark Bagway has to attack downfield, the coverage was way too far off to stop that easy play. And you see, it's just coasting out there for an athlete like Mark Bagway to get the first down.
And we'll see again here on the replay.
That's a 10-yard cushion from number 15, the corner. That's a couple too many yards. And when you sit and turn and change direction like that, maybe you play a little bit closer to start the next play.
And just, how do you stop that is my question. 11 in motion. He'll take the ball. He'll roll out on 1st down to throw to the sideline. Try the one-arm that one, and it will be 2nd down. Attempt by the reception by Marquise Kelly. That's Keith Kelly on the reception attempt after the lateral to number 11.
And you see the nonchalance, really, from the Nightcrawlers offense. Every play that they run, they're confident that if they miss this one, they'll get it on the next one. So on a 1st down again, they just miss on the completion. They're giving everybody on their roster a chance to, get some run here. We got Christian Williams, twin, with the near completion. And there's Sean Flynn wearing Cena on the back. But the problem is we can see you, sir. Oh. We saw you come into the huddle. Not a full Cena reference.
Well, he might be untouchable, and he's forcing the Nightcrawlers into a 2nd down, the snap. And that will be Davis stepping up and stepping out. Rolls out. Bagway behind him in case he needs the option. Logo Davis throws it to Bagway. Bagway now at the 25-yard line, surrounded by ghosts. It's like watching the Knicks play offense. ISO to Logo Davis. Logo Davis cuts down the sideline, gets past the first down marker, and gets to the 20, and will get into the lateral to the end zone. Unsure if they whistled it, but
that looks like a touchdown.
What? Holding on the defense. Holding defense. And it'll be a first down.
Well,
It looked like the referee was letting us know he was about to steal second, but it'll be first down.
Well, that certainly wasn't a traditional football play we just saw. Credit to the Ghost defense for 98% of this play. It's such a long play that we don't even get the whole replay because it basically was a 40-second play that they're chasing both Logo and Mark Bagway. But the lateral pass to Bagway allows...
No, he's out around the 20. He's out around the 20.
Well, that changes if it's a touchdown or not. Good job, Matt, not wasting a great call. But the way that play worked is because the lateral back from Logo Davis, who started the play at quarterback, was backwards. It meant that now Mark Bagway, who looked as calm as he's ever looked with 4 guys in his face 5 yards from him, can just now dump it off to the once fallen, now back up Logo Davis. I don't know if that's how they drew it up, but that's just the kind of athletes and the kind of athleticism you get from the Tampa Nightcrawlers.
It'll be 1st and 10, and they will mark them at the 50. So
that play was insane, by the way. That's crazy.
Offsetting penalties, so it will be 1st and 10.
And now I think Logo Davis is off screen going in motion behind Bagway.
The snap. Bagway. Chased by Bate. Bagway will just cut downfield. He will find nothing but the sideline in front of him. Slip, slide, throws it back, and that's Rico Brown putting 6 on the board. Bye-bye, ball slash, shashada. Touchdown, Nightcrawlers.
You see the acceleration from Bagway getting out of the pocket. Joey Bate, who is an athlete himself, has no chance catching him once there's open green in front of him. And when he gets that close to the end zone, he's got that point guard mentality. Look for the trailer. And Rico Brown finds the first 6 of today's game.
He just found his way. And here again on the replay, Bagway finding the seam. And Joey Bate, you can't get into a race with Mark Bagway.
I don't even know if Mark Bagway's running full speed there.
He's not. You can see him just gliding. And it's that awareness, too. You see that spinning back, sees the guy behind him, sees Rico Brown, and nothing but green and various shades of brown in front of him as he gets into the end zone.
And you know that number 8, Tyree McCants, was trailing Rico Brown to see if they pitched it back one more time. It's always a potential pitch back when the Nightcrawlers play A7FL.
It is watching a great team just play improvisational jazz. The throw through the pillar.
And there he is.
And it's 8-0.
Tyree McCants with the conversion catch.
That was Devon Gray on the catch. Number 8.
No, Devon Gray's not that big. That's Tyree McCants. That's the former
that is Tyree McCants.
USF product. Making plays in D1 for Southern Florida, now making plays in the A7FL.
11:43 left, 8-0. The Ghosts down 8-0. But if you want to engage your video, if you want to monetize, use an interactive AI video you've seen right now, scan the QR code or go to SZN.com. That's SZN.com. Unlock the hidden potential and value of your videos. Use the interactive AI video tools powered by Scene. Matt Ryan joined alongside Corey Hammond, coming to you from my actual couch as we bring to you the A7FL Games of the Week, the Florida National Championship in St. Petersburg, Florida. 11:43 left to go. And historically, the Ghosts started things off with 3 straight wins, Corey, winning 39-22, 33-zip, 42-41, and then since 2022, the second matchup of that year, they have wrecked shop, winning 4 in a row.
As soon as Mark Bagway entered into the Nightcrawlers equation, the Florida division has never looked the same. And here he is on the 3-on-1, launching it.
He just whips the ball downfield. That will be thrown into the end zone effortlessly. And running it out of the end zone is number 40 of the Ghosts.
That's a huss.
He will get on his bicycle. He husses. He runs down the sideline. He bounces off Bagway in number 42. And it will be first down. And that was number 40 of the Ghosts on the carry. Unsure of who that is, but we'll get his number in a set. He'll get his name in a second.
Welcome to Thick Boy season. If Shermont plays quarterback, he's wearing a 64 jersey. That will be the first. That may be his brother.
So happy.
That may be his brother. But here's the play by Bagway. He's playing safety basically after the good move by the runner on the first Huss. But the Nightcrawlers are able to stop him. But the Ghosts with their first chance at offense today. Yes, it is confirmed. There are 2 Shermonts there. Unfortunately, Matt, you're not going to get the number 64 in at quarterback.
Aw. It'll be 1st and 10. Ball set on the 44-yard line.
And you see on the sideline for the Ghosts, number 11, Woody Ness-Charles, in essence, is the offensive coordinator for the Ghosts.
And they are performing a little surgery on the chains, a chainectomy, as it were. And, Corey, when you take a look at games like today, and we're getting our first real look at the Nightcrawlers this season.
And the doctor.
Are they living up to the hype so far? I know it's just one drive.
Well,
but what we've been able to see against a team that's bringing constant pressure is that the offensive line is going to be a question mark as they go deeper into the playoffs, because if they go into the first round and they draw, let's say, a Baltimore Watchman or a DC Buzz, and we'll know more about those matchups a little bit later on today. We'll let you know as soon as we do. But it is 1st and 10, 11:43 left to go. But watching this from a matchup perspective, we'll take a brief timeout. We'll come back with more. It's the Southeast Final. It's Tampa, Orlando, the A7FL Games of the Week. We'll be back after this. Stay right where you are. We're back live here. It's Tampa taking on Orlando in the A7FL Southeastern Championship, the Southeastern Final. And it is A7FL.TV. I'm Matt Ryan, joined alongside Corey Hammond. But to go back to what we were talking about before the break.
Yeah, you were talking about the chances, at least so far, from what we've seen from the Nightcrawlers. And you see the absolute talent, the skill, and the trust that they have as a team. The only thing that I would say before this 1st and 10 is the nonchalance. Just ask the Insomniacs how that worked out.
The handoff on 1st down. They'll be met at the line of scrimmage and brought down. Tackle by a very wiry defensive end, and it will be 2nd and 8.
Looked like Dennison on the run.
Number 19 in on the tackle. That is Sean Flynn, a.k.a. Cena. Looking like the prototype of what you want as a defensive end, Corey.
Well, last year during the championship game, we were saying the male model, which obviously good for him. Shout-outs to him. A lot of hard work into that athletic specimen. Joey Bate, in inside trips at the bottom of your screen.
In trouble. The throw. Caught! And he will find his way past the 1st down marker inside the 45. Caught by 45. 1st down Orlando. That's Sherman on the throw.
And look, he's in the pocket. He's got a good stance. He delivers the ball on time. If you're going to be able to compete against this Nightcrawlers team, you're going to have to get on-time offensive plays. And a lot of quarterbacks in this league get scared when the pocket kind of collapses around them and looks to run. Not Shermount so far, and maybe that's one of the big reasons why he took away this job from the incumbent starter, Joey Bate, who was playing wide receiver.
And just finding a way to throw a guy up top and at the bottom. Cena just not able to get there in time. Relied on the guy playing up top. It'll be 1st and 10. The handoff. Met towards the sideline and will get a carry towards the 40. That's number 1 on the carry. That's Condry Dennison, a.k.a. CD. And the jersey is reminding me very much of the font you would see on old CDs. It makes me miss mixtapes. Did you ever, like, growing up, walk through Times Square and people just try to hand you mixtapes? Like, that happened to me a couple of months ago, and I was like, New York's back.
Yeah,
well, the Knicks are getting their heads kicked in, but it will be second and about 8.
Well, so far, this Ghost team doesn't look like they're that far from where the Nightcrawlers are in general. It's just when you get plays like we've gotten from Bagway and Logo, it's going to be tough to keep up. Woody Ness-Charles, a former New Jersey Town Beef player in the slot with the blue and red headgear.
The snap off the screen.
There
That's
he is.
caught. That's Woody Ness-Charles, and he's brought down inside the 35, and that's the captain with the catch, and it will be first down.
Woody, known for his toughness, he's a vet in this league. He's played against some of the best teams in New Jersey long ago, and when A7FL popped up and popped open in Florida, he was one of the first to sign on and really is one of the leaders of this Ghost team. Another on-time completion from Sheremont. Just a quick screen. You're going to give him 6 yards. You might as well take it.
And you see there on the replay.
Bring up 3rd and short.
The snap, the handoff again to CD. CD will get the yard, get 1 yard past the marker, and
they give him a great spot as he reaches the ball out to get that first down on 3rd and 1. We know the Nightcrawlers are the type of team that when they're on offense, they're going to score a lot of points. And you know, one of the people in this room was asking about maybe 3 digits, right, Cole? But one of the questions I have for the Nightcrawlers, and I mentioned it earlier, and you know, invoked the Champs name, which is kind of like their goal if you're a Nightcrawlers fan or player.
Right now, Kenny Mack in the chat saying,
shout outs to the Champs.
We're good over here. He's watching on YouTube, and you can too. Subscribe now.
But if they're going to have this nonchalance on defense, the Ghosts are going to be able to continue to churn out first downs.
The handoff, and that's to Y, the big man. The big man smothered, picked up, and thrown out the club. And there's a flag on the play. Cena going to the man that once had the Fed contract and trying to suplex him in front of God and everybody.
Well, those aren't airbrushed on him. Those are actual muscles that he's earned, and you see that he has the strength.
And that is on the Nightcrawler.
Maybe not the right play to make there, but it just shows you when Y has the ball, you got to ask yourself, why am I choosing to try and tackle him? The former WWE product, he was one of the upcoming 2B superstars, and they're Matt, you're a wrestling guy. You can explain it better to me. But you could see the athleticism, you see the strength, but matched by Flynn with the aggressive tackle there. But again, Ghosts on the move. If they can get a first down around the 5-yard line.
A snap on first down, the handoff to Y, and that man is a problem. He is a giant and gets past the 10, and it will be second down. 6
yards again on basically a fullback kind of read option choice. What they're doing with CD and Y in the backfield is those are two relatively large human beings in Thick Boy season. And as a defense, the Nightcrawlers have to honor both as they're running a play that kind of attacks each edge. The left edge with Y, and then they could go option if Sheremont pulls it to the right. So they have to play honest, and it's just big men on big men. And then Cena getting in there to try to throw him out again. Learned his lesson from the previous tackle. But a 6-yard gain is nothing to sneeze at, and 2nd and 4. Ball looks like it's on the 9-yard line, Matt.
And it will be after that carry by Y. That guy is a talent. He is a people mover. The more he gets, I would say if he had the BIC's line, he could be a real problem in this league. Or if he had someone like a DeAndre Haynes blocking up front for him, or one of the Miller brothers, you could really see an opportunity from him.
Kind of reminds me of the running back from the LA Aces, Billy Mallard.
Yeah.
Just a big, strong guy just running at people. And when you're playing A7FL football, you got to make the tackle.
And in Vegas, it's 6-0 is your score. And we're looking at the Nightcrawlers, and we'll hope to get a call on what's going on. And it looks like the Nightcrawlers have come up with the ball.
A turnover.
And it will be 1st and 10.
And what was a great drive for the Ghosts looks like it ended in disaster, because if Mark Bagway's on the field and you didn't put up points, you didn't do your job.
1st and 10, Bagway now in at quarterback. He'll hand it off. And that's cutting up field. That's number 47. 47 driving. He just stays upright. He finds his way. Slip slide 42. What did you do? Touchdown, Tampa.
That's about as easy as a touchdown that you get. And you can see the turnover really killing the Ghosts. That change of possession. Usually you see a big shot, a big play after a change of possession. We'll see what the flag is. And normally it comes in the form of, like a bomb or a big play action. But the Ghosts not ready for the draw. The offensive line opens up a wide lane for the running back, and he accelerates into the end zone for an easy score, the second for the day for the Nightcrawlers. Unless...
We'll see if the call was overturned, and here's the carry again, 42.
I don't see any obvious holdings. Maybe there from Rico Brown.
Trying to see, watch the block in the back. There it is. Big block in the back. I wonder if that's what it was, the call. But...
Hey, either way, the Ghost will take it. Is that Sherrod Cervant's? No, I'm sure. It's John Morant, basically.
Shooter McGavin.
Yeah. That's a more appropriate reference, I guess.
Shooter McGavin putting the green jacket on. Touchdown will not stand. It will be 1st down. 4:36 left to play in the first quarter. It's 8-0 correction. Scoreboard.
And logo at the top of your screen. Mark Bagway zeroing in on him.
Bagway, the toss back.
Ball.
Picked up by 24.
Joey Bate, can you make the play?
That will be.
I think he did.
Getting the ball back, Joey Bate. After the Nightcrawlers cough up the football.
And he's holding on for dear life.
And it is...
The refs say it's 1st down Ghosts.
1st down Ghosts. They will get the ball back after a confounding state of events, to where we now have the Ghosts getting the ball back after the Nightcrawlers got the ball back under mysterious circumstances.
Still wondering about it, but this just goes to show you Joey Bate, who's playing the opposite defensive end. He's the one who originally gets close to the pressure, doesn't give up on the play, and it just goes to show you the type of player he is.
You gotta talk about 19. He sealed the gap to force Bagway to run into the defensive tackle, who got the jersey of Bagway to bring him down. The Ghost defense finding a way to diagnose it here and keep it 8-0.
Joey Bates got an interesting story in the A7FL. In his rookie year, he's one of the nominees for Defensive Player of the Year at linebacker. Woody Ness Charles decided to try him out at quarterback. Had a lot of success at the position. Now you'll see him at wide receiver and safety and defensive end. He's just doing anything that his team asked him to do. And, Matt, he's still waiting on an all-try shirt from the A7FL.com/merch store. He may still continue to wait.
And we'll take a brief timeout here. It's 8-0. The Nightcrawlers taking on the Ghosts. Can the Ghosts find their way in there, or will they get up to the next level and get Pac-Man? We'll find out after this. It's the A7FL Games of the Week.
Something amazing is happening. Inventory is practically moving itself, quickly and securely. Classrooms are getting more immersive. Data is powering insights and imagination. CDW partners with you to get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. Make amazing happen. CDW.
Shout out to all the poggers in the chat. Matt Ryan joined by Corey Hammond. It's the Southeastern Final on A7FL.TV and the Creator Sports Network, as we're bringing you action from St. Petersburg and literally my couch. You want me to prove it? We're here on Announcer Vision. See Corey looking at the camera. It'll be 1st and 10. The snap, the handoff. That's Dennison. Dennison cuts through, and he is met by a sea of highlighter green, and it will be 2nd down. They'll get back to the initial line of scrimmage.
Ask RTC, the running back from the Insomniacs, the type of defense this Nightcrawler team can play. And there's a doctor. The doctor is in. He is serving prescriptions. Shout outs to my guy. Hey, just play football. I'm not going to talk about who you really are. We're just glad to see you out on the field. But, the Ghosts started their last drive, and we're still waiting on confirmation at exactly the turn of events that led to the change of possession. But they had a great kind of momentum to the drive previous to this, taking what the defense gives them. Let's see what they can do on their second drive.
The snap.
There's Sharamat.
Matt Sharonette. Like a habitant de Montreal, intercepted. Will that one count? That one looked like he was going out of bounds. But a prime play by 21, looking like another 21, even though it was a bit of a back shoulder fade, Corey.
Yeah, Sharamont is looking to share the ball, but he makes the defensive pressure miss, but he's not able to square up and accurately deliver the ball downfield. It's in essence a good throwaway, but unfortunately, after the turnover, the Nightcrawlers stand tall, and it'll bring up a 3rd and long, a tough spot if you're going against the doctor and Bagway back there playing defense. You'll see Flynn at the defensive end, and at the bottom of your screen, I'm sure it's just a metaphor for his game, but Killa playing corner at the bottom of your screen.
I assume that's not Killa Cam of Dipset.
Listen, on this field, we've got some name brands for you coming out of Tampa, so I wouldn't put it past them.
I would love to
we'd probably see Kodak Black first out there before Killa Cam, but I wouldn't put it past them.
And it will be the snap. Sharonette in trouble. Took your heart and it tore it down. He saw his reflection in the snow-covered hills, and the Nightcrawlers defense brings him down on the sack.
Well, Sharamont had plenty of time in the pocket there. It's just when you see a quarterback in the throwing stance waiting that long, definitely a coverage sack from the great corners and safeties out there playing defense for the Nightcrawlers, and we're going to keep showing him because he's likely one of the main reasons that Sharamont had nowhere to throw, and that will be the end of the first quarter. The Ghost hanging tight, Matt.
Yeah, Dominique Rogers-Cromartie and the Nightcrawlers defense giving no quarter. The Nightcrawlers offense only putting 8 on the board. A costly fumble cost them a 2-score lead. On the other side of this, it'll be the second quarter. It's the A7FL Southeast Final. Can DRC, Bagway, and Logo Davis get the dub? We'll find out after this. Stay right where you are, Pogger or not Pogger.
Something amazing is happening here. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights and increased performance, giving them the scale to stay ready for whatever's next. Make amazing happen. Lenovo and CDW.
It's not 7 o'clock. We're not in the drop top, but we're cruising the streets watching real great football. And I've got a sandwich waiting for me. Matt Ryan joined alongside Corey Hammond. A7FL Games of the Week live on Caffeine DAZN internationally and also on HBCU Plus and everywhere in the grand expanse of the universe through Creator Sports Network and A7FL.TV. Matt Ryan joined alongside Corey Hammond, and we're so grateful you're joining us. It's the start of the second quarter, and the Ghosts will yield to the Nightcrawlers, and we'll see the Nightcrawlers offense return to the field. And if you have not seen what this Nightcrawlers offense can do, you are missing out, and it will be a 3-on-1 throw-off, and that will be thrown out of play, and much like a punt in regular football, the Nightcrawlers will start the ball where it was spotted. As Corey Hammond joined us back here on the literal couch. Corey, when we look at what's going on with this offense, and you can see a Rico Brownie, Mark Bagway.
I'm jealous.
But when you walk through all of the talent that's there, and you don't know. How do you defend against that? How do you game plan against any one of those 7 guys potentially playing quarterback or being the person who crosses the goal line?
The thing is honestly, since the first play of the game, the Ghosts have done a relatively good to maybe even great job doing what their job is on any given play. The touchdown, the long play that looked like a touchdown, but logo went out, and then later on the touchdown. It's just those 2 guys being so much better than the guys around them. So they have to continue to play the way that they have, because if they can force some unforced errors,
watch the
that's really the only chance that they have.
Throw off the screen off the hands and intended for Brown, and it will be 2nd down.
Again, and what you see there, an unforced error. And if the Nightcrawlers kind of spot them with plays like that, that's just a quick screen. And I don't know if it was a read off the type of coverage that Logo went with, and it kind of caught Rico Brown off guard. But Logo had plenty of time. He could have either waited for Rico to turn around or adjusted and, likely taken off himself. But also, let's be clear, a lot of these, personnel groupings are still relatively new to this season of the Nightcrawlers, because a lot of these guys are playing here, playing there, finally coming together for a championship game. And here's Logo again.
The snap, Davis will roll out. He is immediately in trouble. Logo Davis will just use his athleticism. He'll throw it. That will be thrown out of. He'll make the catch. Does number 11, and that is Christian Williams, a.k.a. Twin. And much like Danny DeVito, he saved that situation for the Nightcrawlers.
Yeah, well, not much else is like Danny DeVito in Twin. That's actually a really great play from Logo. Basically, just immediate pressure from the start. He, dips and back rolls to his, opposite of his throwing arm. He's going left, so that's great form. Sees that he has to make a move back to his throwing side and throws a dart on the run, full extension from his hips and arms. Basically finds the perfect man to convert what could have been a disaster, Matt, on 2nd down, and brings up the 3rd and short. So that, again, the Ghosts did everything right on that play to try their best to contain an athlete like Logo Davis. And sometimes, and shout outs to Munchie, sometimes the friends are just going to be better.
3rd and a New York parking spot for the Nightcrawlers. And Het Phenomen in the Dan Giesling chat asking, what am I watching? Well, you're watching A7FL football, 7-on-7, no pads, no helmets, all action. The Southeastern Championship, and Rico Brown off the quick flare almost makes the catch, but runs into the defender number 15. And much like the chrome on the back of the letters, the shine was too much in the spotlight, and it will be 4th down. Again,
a relatively unforced error there. It's basically the same exact read that Logo had on the previous incompletion on 1st down. The coverage is so far off the receiver that a quick throw to the receiver should be an easy completion. Rico just doesn't turn. The ball's delivered, but on 3rd and 1, the reason I think they go for the easy play there is because it's so easy for them hypothetically to convert this 4th and 1, but it's still a dangerous position. If the Ghosts can make a play here, they stay within 1 score.
4th and I can make that for the Nightcrawlers. The back way from Davis. It just was so simple. It looked like rubber band AI. It looked like a glitch.
For all you said, you could complete that. You wouldn't have been able to do that. That's a speed option. And what the quarterback does is he attacks the A gap when the defense converges to try to get to him. It's basically a through basketball pass out to the pitchman, who, by the way, is one of the best athletes, the offensive player of the year in the A7FL. So that's why on 3rd down you saw the nonchalance again from the Nightcrawlers. They knew a 4th and 1 is easy to convert, but let's just be clear. That's not easy for almost anybody in this league except for those 2 players, Logo and Bagway. 1st and 10.
Set up at the top of your screen. He will drop back.
Yeah, double pass set up here.
Davis will just throw this one deep downfield. Rico Brown catches it on the sideline, goes through the awning, bends space-time, and also a little bit of modern architecture, and gets the 1st down. The mystery man, Rico Brown, off of the effortless throw from Logo Davis.
And what's interesting is the coverage looked like it had to get a little tighter based on those 2 earlier throws with the huge cushion. And when you don't give a guy like Rico Brown a cushion, you're not going to be able to cover him on the deep route. Logo is basically setting that play up for a back stack with Bagway. The defense, honestly, has to honor Bagway over there. You see everyone staring over there, but you can't forget about Rico Brown. He had 300 yards in the Final Four against the Watchmen. And I guess, Matt, they just had to make the level of difficulty on the play a little bit more to get on the same page. So Logo Davis with one of his best completions of the day, and it looks like it'll be first and goal from about the 9-yard line for the Nightcrawlers.
Now the opportunity for it to be a 2-score lead for Tampa.
And Tyree McCants, number 8, is a dangerous playmaker, a Division I playmaker from USF, multiple touchdowns in his college career. Look for a potential play action and then pass to the tight end.
The handoff and the running game doing a lot of the work for the Nightcrawlers as they get in.
Well, it was a great block from the guy I was shouting out. I was looking to maybe, see if he could get the ball.
And it looked like that was a touchdown Nightcrawlers.
And you're seeing how easy they make all of these plays look. Doesn't even look like anybody's broken full stride except for Rico Brown in that last catch. But a great drive and a great play from the Nightcrawlers. Offensive line washing down the Ghost.
When you're an athlete and you find that you can change gears that effortlessly.
You're asking me? Keep going.
Like,
No, I got
the
you.
joy that must, it's like, oh, like when you become the cheat code, when you turn into that game shark, that game genie, I don't even know how you do it anymore in games or hacking or ROM. Like you become the ROM version of an athlete or of a football player.
Well, speaking of video games, the Nightcrawlers are video game numbers when we've seen them on Games of the Week. The first ever appearance, the Crush are still recovering from that game, Matt. We called it in the same room. And then you go to a game like the Rare Breed. Huge numbers from Mark Bagway and the Nightcrawlers against the Rare Breed in the Elite 8 game in their initial season in the league. And then look no further than their playoff run last year in which they started against Devon Gray with the double pass on the first play in the same game in the championship. How'd that game end, Cole? 80-something to 7. And then they put up complete fictional numbers. It can't be real. It would never be in the non-fiction section of the library what Rico Brown, Bagway, and the Nightcrawlers did to the Watchmen. And they're here to put up the same kind of game here against their rival in the Ghost.
And there are no field goals. There are no easy extra points in the A7FL.
No soccer players here.
No soccer players here. The only way you can score is on a 1 or a 2-point conversion. The Nightcrawlers going to 2 from the 10. Caught in, and that is 2 more points. That's twin on the reception.
We have to get confirmation if there's 2 of those guys, but there's enough on that play to get the 2-pointer, and that's 16 points for the Nightcrawlers, and the Ghost still fighting to get on the board for the first time.
16-0 your score, and if you like what you're watching and you want some of them highlighter green Johns, or you want an Orlando Ghost uniform, or you want a Corey Hammond jersey, go to a7fl.com/gear. That's a7fl.com/gear, or if you have your phone in front of you, scan the QR code now and pick something up now ahead of the A7FL playoffs, which start on June 2nd, and we'll have more about the A7FL playoffs a little bit later on in the 3-on-1 cast. I'm Matt Ryan, joined alongside Corey Hammond, and it will be number 10 joining the throw-off team for the Nightcrawlers as they will throw off to the Ghost here with 9:25 left to go in the first half.
And as we see the pure dominance from the Tampa Nightcrawlers, we do have to remember it's in Florida, and there's probably thick air, and like our friends in the chat on the Creator Sports Network, get 79 a chocolate bar, right? But for me, as we look to the potential of this team, the nonchalance always bothers me. And we saw it kind of bite the Insomniacs in the butt. I'd like to see a little bit more urgency, or at least fun, from the Nightcrawlers, as it looks like they're just out there taking care of business.
And that is thrown into the community garden, and it will be 1st and 10 for the Orlando Ghosts, who have shown some real sparks on offense. But the running game has been the real key, trying to create real options in in the second level in the passing game when you have a former All-Pro playing corner, and then you have some of the greatest athletes to ever athlete in a state that gave us Deion Sanders.
Yeah, well, to me, what we've seen from the Ghost is they clearly have proven to me already, because we know who the Nightcrawlers are and what they're capable of. They're very close to being a team that should be feared in this league. And when people look around the A7FL and they look at the different divisions and they look, kind of peek into the Florida division, don't get it twisted. Just because the Nightcrawlers are dominant and they have some of the best athletes that this league has to offer, don't take away from what the Ghosts look like they're capable of doing, because they look like they're really close to being a team that should be feared in the A7.
The handoff, the toss back, that is to Dennison. Ball knocked loose, and that will end up remaining with the Ghosts. His hat gets knocked off, and it will be the other Shermont picking up the ball and saving the day for his brother off the handoff to Dennison, and it will be second down.
And that's that look that they were going with Y at the fullback position. They pulled the choice option and went with the pitch option out to the right side. There didn't look like there was good blocking in front. Shout-outs to CD for trying to make something happen, but also the Nightcrawlers defense is all over it and is able to, looks like a doctor diagnosing the play there, but it was really Tyree McCants.
John Cena's elbow got in on that one, too. It looked like that knocked the ball out. Second down, in trouble. Shermont will run with it. Shermont met and driven into the grass. Mowed, bagged, tagged, and that will be Track Hawk.
Yeah, that's why they call Tyree McCants Track Hawk, because he tracks him down, hawks him down, gets his talons in, and won't let go. That's a great play. And Tyree McCants is one of those guys, we always talk about Bagway. We always talk about the skill position players for the Nightcrawlers. He's one of the guys that stands out in the trenches, and shout-outs to all of my trench warfare guys this season.
Shout out Big Rob, who's with the family this week.
Yeah, man, we wanted him here, but the big in Big Rob is actually enormous, and he would not have fit on this couch.
It's a good thing we have the second camera, but Olive has taken that couch, so that's Olive's couch, so we can't.
We miss Rob.
Yes. Rob will join us on June 2nd.
We'll bye and Huss wherever possible, for sure.
It'll be a pale imitation, but it will be third down for the Ghosts, and we'll take a brief timeout. A7FL Southeastern Final, the Nightcrawlers looking to crawl away with this one. The Ghosts looking to fly. We'll find out who gets the dub, and we'll find out the rest of the first half after this on A7FL.TV.
Something amazing is happening here. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights and increased performance, giving them the scale to stay ready for whatever's next. Make amazing happen. Lenovo and CDW.
Hello? Is it football you're looking for? Well, you're lucky, because we have football for you. It's the Southeastern Final.
I thought you were going to go Adele and say, "It's me." It's we, actually.
We're on
right?
a couch in Jersey, and we're watching football with you. We're in the bottom left-hand screen. Will they throw a screen on third down, or will it be thrown so deep?
You're too good, Matt. You're just too good for us. Here's Shermont.
Throws it from that side. Intercepted, bye-bye. That's Bard scoring it on a pick six. And it's now 3.
We don't own the rights to this music, and it's 6.
Thank you, Corey. And it's
wow!
22-0.
Should we break down the perfect...
What?
The perfect parody song that you did as a play-by-play announcer? First of all, Creative Sports Networks and Dan Giesling, are we going to break the internet right now? Because you have to spread this around, A. B, Sherman's doing everything he can, but guess what? It's the all-pro defensive back, DRC, with the pressure in his face, giving one of his guys the shot at the interception. So Dr. C, the doctor's in, and he's diagnosing pick sixes all over the field. There he is to congratulate his teammate, and the Nightcrawlers are dominant.
Slide. Took that one straight to the house. My man, that jersey. He's also doing that with his jersey completely just out of his pants. His jersey flew out.
There's all kinds of fashion mishaps here for the Nightcrawlers, but I think what we're seeing is great football that makes up for it no matter what.
And it will go for a 2-point attempt.
I am getting confirmation. 79 did get his chocolate bar.
Feed him more.
My gosh.
Bagway.
This is so dangerous.
Just, what is going on? Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
That is thrown back. Live ball still. 11, side.
And then back to the guy they just got.
That's 2 points. 24-0 now your score. Speaking of which, in Las Vegas, it is 24-0. Sick with it, leading the Pit Bosses in week number 7. They have one more game next weekend in Las Vegas.
And that game's even more dominant. There's 13:08 left in the second, and they're up 24. You see the Nightcrawlers just missed it with 7 left in the second. Matt, what are we watching?
We're watching the team that everybody said was going to be a problem and continuing to prove that they are, in fact, a problem.
Well, what we're watching is 90% of this play is great defense from the Ghost. And honestly, how can you blame them for not, covering the guy that's 20 yards back when there's only 7 guys that you can use to defend, and you need all 4 of them to tackle Mark Bagway there? But credit Twin for keeping his eyes downfield, and guess what? I have Mark Bagway on my team. And when you have Mark Bagway on your team, you should look towards him.
That was only to score 2 points. They started at the 10. The ball was thrown from the 30-yard line to the 20, and then he walked it in, basically. And now it'll be Y on the return, and this coming in from Cole Gardella. So far, all the passes from today have been from Logo Davis. Mark Bagway has yet to throw a pass from scrimmage. The 3-on-1 throw-off, and here's an opportunity for the ex-WWE Performance Center standout to make something happen, but that will go out of play.
You're talking about why I thought you were going to go Jadakiss on us. Goes, make the sharp turn from Adele to Jada. That's why. All that we've been doing is calling all this football. There's a giant, and he's playing A7.
You're a sweet boy.
Well, I'm not a good singer, that's for sure, but I pass. I pass there, just like the Ghosts are going to need to pass now, down 24. Sharamont's looking at that wristband, and I don't think that there's an answer for what the Nightcrawlers have been doing on offense so far. But what, Matt, they need to get back going is what they had on offense for themselves against this Nightcrawlers defense. And it's still early in the game, and when they were able to effectively run the ball, Matt, what they were doing is keeping the Nightcrawlers offense off the field. And maybe they can hope for shortening the game, keeping the ball in their hands for a full drive, getting back to within 2 scores, and then moving from there, because the Nightcrawlers have a couple of unforced errors, and that's really what the Ghosts are going to need, is the Nightcrawlers to start making mistakes, which they haven't made too many. But on 1st and 10, Dennison's in the backfield, just looking at the line of scrimmage like, where's the seam going to be? Play action.
Sharamont getting some help from that line, and almost intercepted again by Barnes.
It's a bad sign to see the quarterback who in the first quarter was standing straight in the pocket and stepping into his throws. Now, with the rush in his face and a lot of things going around him, if you ever seen the replacements, this is what quicksand looks like. Now he's on his back foot, throwing floaters, not really confident in where he's going to go with the ball.
Look at that hair.
That's Bender.
Oh.
I miss my hair looking at that.
Hair.
I'm sure the hairline's solid. Shout out to Locticians. I know they're not.
Yeah, if you have hair like that and you need it tended to, if you need someone to brush a luxurious mane like that, or you just need your locks retwisted, go to locticians.com. The handoff to Dennison. He found the light and then immediately found Cena.
Yeah, Flynn has been playing a great kind of hybrid safety linebacker so far in this game. The only blemish on the game so far from him is that one penalty. But he stands huge in that hole with a running back, Matt, that probably outweighs him by 40. But based on his physique, I'm sure he's lifting probably twice Dennison's weight in the gym. And it helps him out there, stops him. And it'll bring up, it looks like, 3rd down for the Ghosts.
And that refrain has been the most common refrain, 3rd down Ghosts so far.
Well, that first drive, they seem to find a little bit of a rhythm. It's this since the second drive, the Nightcrawlers kind of.
Someone in the chat just called Chermont Timu Rick Ross. That's BZ.
Wow.
And the snap, the throw by Chermont, and that one is not even crossing the line. That is blocked emphatically. Well,
Rick Ross is somewhere in that state likely right now, but that's not Rick Ross, and we usually go with the Aldi. Going Temu, that's a yikes there. But on 3rd down, you got to get the ball to your receiver. And it's really not the quarterback's fault when those get tipped down. It's really more on the offensive lineman to engage and force the defensive lineman to use their hands to rush. But again, Nightcrawlers finding their rhythm here. It was a shame because the slot receiver there, Woody Ness-Charles, had that 10-yard cushion again. And if he could have got it to him, the A7FL vet from Jersey, there he is right there on the throw-off. Maybe they would have been able to convert that third down, but it looks like they're going to bring the 3-on-1 throw-off team because we don't have kickers, we don't have punters. And really we shouldn't have bucket hats, but when you fold the brim like that, almost looks like he's a British lad out there.
Sama looking to one-piece this. He stretches it out, and looks like Sickwood had scored again.
And Woody Ness-Charles, a vet in this league, knows that the 3-on-1 to replace the 4th down change of possession, really the only way to execute here is to throw the ball out of bounds. There's no reason you should be able to get. No. You should be giving the Nightcrawlers a chance to return it.
And that one will be thrown seamed down the sideline. That'll be thrown far out of play, and it'll see where they spot it.
Interesting, he went near sideline. That's a tough angle, but does execute, gets it out of bounds. But it'll bring up probably the worst thing the Ghosts have seen so far today is that offense for the Nightcrawlers walking ever so slowly out to the huddle.
And Y making his way back to the ring. Wow, that was recall. That was like, I'm so used to calling things, MMA matches and boxing and wrestling from my house. Then I just instant recall, but Y making his way back to the line. Logo Davis and Mark Bagway joined alongside number 10. That's Marcus Reaper Richardson.
You see the confidence from this Nightcrawlers offense. They only have the 2 offensive linemen out. The Ghosts look like they're definitely going to bring the 3 rushers. But when you have quarterbacks that play like Bagway and Logo Davis that can make those guys miss, it's almost an advantage that they use with less offensive linemen and more skill guys.
Davis set up the handoff. Davis to throw. Downfield, out of reach of the receiver. And it will be 2nd down.
And the doctor just misses a touchdown. He wanted that one. And Logo Davis just misses the touchdown pass to the former NFL star.
And it will be 2nd down.
I mean, you can't say that's why he played defense in the league on that one. He didn't drop it for sure. Listen, when we talk about Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie and playing in the A7FL, it just shows the type of football player that he is. He loves this game.
And in the chat on our YouTube channel, just search A7FL. You can like, comment, and subscribe for absolutely free. And you can watch all of our games on demand or live. A lot of conversation about a hypothetical Nightcrawlers U matchup.
And that would be interesting. And again, it would be interesting to see if they get Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie out there. But I just have to shout out to the young man because he's still young.
Off the screen, that's the Bagway. Bagway throws across his body, and that is to McCants, and it will be 3rd down.
Because we talked about
I know
this
they got the
last
first
year,
down
Matt,
from
when we first heard that Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie was going to be a part of our league. It's that he has nothing really to gain here. There's no trajectory up for a former All-Pro playing in our league. He's really just risking his reputation with guys that are going to use maybe that one highlight play against him as what they can tell their grandkids. Oh, I played in this league and I made a play against a former New York Giant. And they're probably speaking that exact tone, and only 2 years from now. But the thing is that when you have a type of baller like DRC who played last year, he's playing this year, it's just part of what the fabric of this league is. It's guys who love football, go out there, play a safe brand of it, but also a physical brand of it, and you really get that football fix. And you see the types of athletes we get in Florida. No shortage of guys out there playing at the top level, but also they're playing for the right reason, for the love of the game.
Davis, backstack, throws to Bagway. Bagway throws to the sideline. That's caught. That's
There's
number
Reaper.
10, and that is the Reaper. Seasons don't fear the Reaper, but the end zone and defenses certainly do. You can be like they are, and that is a touchdown for the Nightcrawlers. And again, this Tampa offense continues to creep their way into the end zone. What a play, and the offense of the Nightcrawlers continues to show you at any stage of offense, they're going to try to find a way to break you down, and you don't know which side, where to defend.
The most interesting thing to me about this Nightcrawlers team is you cannot list a position for most of their players, right? You try and you say, oh, this guy's a quarterback, this guy's a wide receiver, this guy's a running back, this guy's a linebacker. But Logo Davis starts the ball starts the play with the ball in his hands and throws it back to Bagway, who is the quarterback. Really, that completes the pass to Reaper for the touchdown. Now, he started basically as a really, really deep slot. And both of those guys are as dangerous with their legs as they are with their arms. And we've seen them throw to each other. We've seen them throw back to each other and then throw to each other on the same play. The type of offense the Nightcrawlers play is almost indefensible when they aren't making mistakes. And right now, they aren't making enough for the Ghosts to be in this game. It's 30-0 with a chance for 2 more. And Bagway's playing guard. Feed 79. Feed 79.
Davis.
There he is out in the route. He's looking at him.
Rolls out to his right, spins back, throws it. Thick boy season! Number 79. You gotta love it when someone in the high double digits gets the score, and now the Nightcrawlers continue.
Matt,
to
to be
rustle
fair,
through the
it's the high threes. It's the high 300s catching that pass from Logo Davis, who made it happen.
More action after this. It's the A7FL Games of the Week. Stay right where you are.
Is your content marketing drifting away? Unleash your videos with AI-powered Scene Machine. Scene's video experience platform processes your videos and helps you break up videos into smaller clips, making sharing easier and time-saving. The context of your videos are now searchable on Google. With Scene, you can take full control by converting views to actual sales. Visit us at signup.scene.com for your free 30-day trial and get Scene.
Trying to be million-dollar babies, the Tampa Nightcrawlers are trending in the A7FL as they try to find their 3rd straight Southeastern Championship to enter the national playoff and make things a little bit interesting. Corrins Hammond, I'm Matt Ryan, bringing you the action from my literal couch. It's a 3-on-1 throw-off time, an untimed down, and possibly the best chance so far today for the Ghost to put 6 on the board, Cor.
Yeah, well, right now it's all Nightcrawlers. So much so that we see a lot of games like this in the A7FL, but they've not only scored all of the 4 touchdowns, they've converted all 4 2-point conversion. And here's 40. He's still in. No, they whistled him out.
They called him out of play. It looked like he toe-tapped his way, still in bounds, but the Ghost offense again, like Sisyphus and the Rock, will attempt to get over the hill and score for the first time today against this Nightcrawlers defense.
Well, Sisyphus didn't have to roll against Mark Bagway and Logo Davis. And obviously you're seeing the other players for the Nightcrawlers make their plays as well. It's not a two-man show, but we highlight those two guys because they kind of are the catalyst that make it all happen. And when they are in the same backfield, basically, you have to account for each of those guys likely with a double team, which in a 7-on-7 league means that there's only 3 guys left to play defense. But here's what Shermont can do on 1st and 10 with Dennison in the backfield.
The snap, the handoff to Dennison. Dennison drives through his first defender, takes 2 other guys to bring him down.
That's another stonewall tackle from Flynn.
Wick the Badger. That is the name on the back of that man's jersey.
We're going to go with it.
He wasn't involved in the play, but I just wanted to say that phrase, Wick the Badger.
Well, that's his actual government last name. It's
Wick the Badger?
Wick de Badger.
Is that Dutch?
I think it's French Creole.
Really?
No.
Oh, here's Corey. Corey, every improv game. Set it up, pull it right out from under you. You're my friend.
Yeah.
My friend.
I don't have a lot of gears, but when I try to do humor, I do it. I'll try.
Leroy Jenkins, and it'll be 2nd down in motion. Sherman in trouble. Throws this one. It is off the hands.
And Barnes.
Again from Barnes.
Somehow it looks like it's still JJ's fault out there. Does 40 not look like JJ from BIC? So that's JJ's fault, but look, Shermont started this game off pretty strong, and we've seen him deliver the ball with accuracy and a little bit of velocity so far this season, especially in the highlights. But, we're looking at those ghost games versus the orange. And when the ghosts play the orange, it's a different feel. What Shermont's having to deal with in that backfield right now is not only the pressure, which is kind of getting there. He still has some time, more time than, quarterbacks like, I don't know, myself. But the defensive backs that he's facing have got to be among some of the best in the league.
Scott Hamilton coming to the defense of the A7, the team he played in the championship. I'll read his comment after this 3rd down play. The throw to the sideline, and that one, impressive vertical there from number 40, but it will be 4th down. Scott Hamilton in the YouTube chat. Don't understand. You guys don't understand how good they are on both sides of the ball. If you think anyone is screwing around with the Nightcrawlers, you're crazy. They're just toying around and still scoring. They're playing 5-man flag style, and no one is able to mess with them.
Yeah, shout-outs to Matt for not going full Ron Burgundy there. If you're reading the chat, you know exactly where we're at. And
September 2008 was the first time. No, September 2007, the first time I ever spoken to a microphone.
Well, and then shout-outs to Marcel Bates, which says, "We don't believe you, Scott Hamilton." Shout-outs to Scott.
We don't believe
overcoming appendicitis, but not able to overcome Marcel Bates yet in the chat.
We don't believe you, Scott Hamilton. Just sounds like a teen,
It sounds like an early 2000s movie.
Julia Stiles and Chris Hardwick were in it.
Yes, and Chris Pratt, like pre-fame.
The snap on 4th down.
Oh my goodness!
That ball comes loose, and
you just see Shermont. He's like, "Man, is it halftime yet?" Nope. But it is the Nightcrawler's ball, it looks like. And if it's not, it's going to be soon. Bender.
Bending. Oh, man, that is... no words for what happened on that play.
Well, the reason his name is Bender is not only because it's his government, but that's how you feel after going on one. And he's just there, and it's definitely down by contact, so likely not a fumble. And if I'm narking somebody out, my bad. But you could just see, as a quarterback myself, I feel you, my guy. I feel you.
What have I become, my sweetest friend? Everyone I know.
Now it's a 4th down. 7.8 seconds left on the clock. Feels like an eternity when you look at the playmakers out there for the Nightcrawlers.
And as we are entering the half, 7.8 seconds left to go, the Ghosts will get the ball in our 3rd frame. Our only game today from Florida. We'll have action. We have action going on in Nevada right now. Sick with it, leading Pit Bosses. We have 2 more games for you at 7 and 10. It depends on how me and Corey feel. We might do another game if we feel if you feel like we want to just keep hanging out and talking to you guys. But
well, we're feeling it for football right now. Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, have Dan Giesling call us at halftime. See what he has to say about this.
If Dan wants to call again, he's
welcome. He's absolutely welcome,
is.
and I just can't think of a word with a R to roll. We're gonna have to go into like the Big Brother bag because there's only so many times I can say. Matt, ready? The traitors.
Well, we can also just talk ball and how
of course.
this Nightcrawlers team is. The throw by Davis, and that one is
he in?
Nah, I don't think so. But with 0.7 seconds left to play in
Tell me how my man's out there in a tracksuit. He's in a tracksuit like he's an NPC gang member in Vice City. Like what are we doing here?
He's got to go help Tommy Vercetti go down to the club.
Press
help
X. He's got the icon over him. Press X here. Side mission. Pretty soon it's going to be Fallout. It's not going to be Vice City. It's going to be Fallout here. An apocalypse in this first half for the Ghost. And shout outs to the Ghost so far because you could see the effort, you could see the talent, you could see the scheme. They're doing a lot of things right. They're just not able to finish in most of these plays.
32 seconds left to go, 0.7 seconds left. And it will be the snap by Davis. Davis, that one thrown to number 8.
Tyree McCants!
Tyree McCants! He made someone jump out their own soul. That man got punched by Oleksandr Usyk yesterday, just felt it today, and allowed McCants to get into the end zone. Touchdown, Tampa.
A lot of times when you have an open field one-on-one just like that, you know what's going to happen? A juke, a misdirection play. Not with Tyree McCants. It's full steam ahead, right through the tackle, and into the end zone with, just enough time left on the clock. That 0.7, you might not even have a chance to inbound and get a shot off in basketball. But in the A7FL, plenty of time for Tyree McCants to score. And the Nightcrawlers take a 38-0 lead here in the first half.
And if you, much like the Ghost, need to get taped up like a pro, go to Tape Me Up, scan the QR code now, or go to tapemeup.net to get your taping and cleat spatting needs from our friends over at Tape Me Up. They'll go for a 2-point conversion. The toss, that's
There's
to
Barnes.
20. Barnes, who got a pick 6 earlier today, and that one will be incomplete, intended for Rico Brown. But 38-0.
He looked good on defense there. Maybe the only blemish so far in the Nightcrawlers game is that inaccurate pass from Barnes.
Ghost get the ball when we come back on what will be the last drive of the first half. Ghost Nightcrawlers Southeast Final. We'll be back after this.
This gonna taste all right.
Drifting away, unleash your videos with AI-powered Scene Machine. Scene's video experience platform processes your videos and helps you break up videos into smaller clips, making sharing easier and time-saving. The context of your videos are now searchable on Google. With Scene, you can take full control by converting views to actual sales. Visit us at signup.scene.com for your free 30-day trial and get Scene.
Something amazing is happening here. Inventory is practically moving itself, quickly and securely. Classrooms are getting more immersive. Data is powering insights and imagination. CDW partners with you to get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. Make amazing happen. CDW. Something amazing is happening here. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights and increased performance, giving them the scale to stay ready for whatever's next. Make amazing happen. Lenovo and CDW.
go berserk.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
See it?
Can we see a dinosaur?
Say it.
Hey Google, take me to the Natural History Museum.
Display it. That's tech, according to the 2024 Nissan Rogue.
Where could reinvention take your business? Accenture. Let there be change.
We're back live on A7FL.TV and the Creator Sports Network. We're still talking with Dan Giesling. We're getting ready to throw things off here. But we were asked, are the Nightcrawlers horsing around, Corey Hammond?
Well, it's the nonchalance that I've been talking about, right, Dan? They make it look so easy that it's almost as if they don't need to put in effort. They call play calls, as in we saw the Thick Boy touchdown to number 79. They got him his chocolate bar, guys. They got him his chocolate bar, and then they fed him with a touchdown, or excuse me, an extra point.
And I want to shout out Justin R, who's watching us on YouTube. You can subscribe for absolutely free on our YouTube channel and watch all of our games live every single week. He said, what I said 2 weeks ago applies to today. Sometimes you're the dog and sometimes you're the tree. That's the same Tyree McCants who dragged a guy 10 yards, scoring a touchdown against UCF when he was a member of the USF roster.
Yeah.
So this is a guy with D1 level experience, and it will be the Ghosts throwing it off. And before we let you go, Dan, to do your coverage, want to call another 3-on-1 with us?
You know what? I would love to, but I'm a hair delayed. But I'll say this. I think right now the goal for the Ghosts, I mean, they're playing for Florida Division Championship. Give me your take real quick. Will they score any points this entire game? Both you guys, real quick.
Best option for the 3-on-1.
Yes, they will score.
Yeah, they'll score some points.
All right, good job, boys.
Thanks, Dan. There we go. Look at us. Look at us doing multiple things at
once. We're on a first-name basis with a guy who won Big Brother.
Well, you know, we've done some things. You know,
I got a taco named after me at Lot J Tacos.
That is true, the Corey Hammond taco. But
chorizo.
Yeah. And coming up at 7 o'clock, it will be the Force in action. And if you're watching on the chat and you want us to call that game, just let us know. Let us know. Come hang out.
Or be like Justin R. and
yeah, we'll do the real 3-on-1 cast. Well, we'll just put the camera in the bottom of the screen the entire time.
Or we'll have it we'll have our faces on the earlier and we could just like.
That's what I mean.
Oh yeah, you're right. See, he knows the tech stuff.
I know how this. See, it's like this.
See, earlier when we were talking about prepping for the. Earlier when we were talking, that's magic right there. Earlier when we were talking about prep for the game and all the things that you were doing to get this beautiful setup here in the fabulous Jersey City, New Jersey.
Allegedly,
right? It could be Newark. It could be Irvington. It's one of those.
It could be Quebec.
Likely not. We've been saying way. But when we were talking about what it took,
afford Hoboken. Yes, we're from the
No,
we're
Cole.
from the Stevens dorms. Yes,
mostly, I'm going to be savage now, Cole. Mostly, your input is well deserved and well given. That no Hoboken. But in shout out to Cole Gardella doing the stats today.
Hashtag no Hoboken.
No Hoboken.
Shout out to Super Saiyan Blue watching in the chat.
Isn't he one of the players on this roster?
I think so.
Do I have to double check?
Is he on? Is this a Marcel Bates situation? Oh no! Who had the Sherrod Cervantez? Rec Ratty. I'm sorry. Don't yell at me.
Bro,
Bates.
Super Saiyan Blue, you play for the Ghost. Get off your phone and help your team. What are you doing? If it's the same Super Saiyan Blue, or maybe
or it's someone on his account.
Yeah, sometimes we get the wife on the account.
Yeah.
So
here we go for the 3-on-1 throw off, and that one will bounce inside the 20. Live ball. That is a live ball, and that will be picked up.
Is it?
Oh, that's in the back in the end zone. He's running it back. What
it's
is
live.
It's a live ball.
It's live. Dan, you should have stayed. You should have called it. This is his chance. This is his chance.
Out of it.
I told you.
Field, and it's an on-time down to start the half. This is the A7FL, and in a Zen stance, he puts 6 on the board. My man dropped into a lotus pose.
We've seen, Matt. We've seen on the 3-on-1 that initial, muff lead to, and I guess pause maybe for the muff, whatever. The initial muff leads to that over pursuit in coverage, which will eventually lead to touchdowns. I have never seen a guy almost allow them to score a touchdown, which, by the way, Matt, the throwing team cannot score a touchdown on a 3-on-1 unless they get it in the end zone. And once again, Florida has such a long replay that we catch it 75% of the way through, and it's still just as fantastic to see my guy, JJ from the BIC, Junior, number 40 for the Ghost, get on the board as Dan Giesling asks me, are they going to score? There's your answer.
Well,
Touchdown Ghosts.
I did say their best chance was on the 3-on-1. So.
And you are prophetic in every great way. Matthew
pathetic.
Ryan. No, not pathetic.
That might be the longest return in A7FL history.
That guy called Gardella. That was 109.9 yards, as it was the closest I've ever seen a touchdown come from a near safety, a near touchdown for the other team.
38-6 your score. Matt Ryan joined alongside.
Shout out to Lavish T, Flashy, Lord Tenya Newsaway, and the Sick with It.
And going
number 1 team in the West.
The throw, and it bounced out of number 45's hand.
I'm not going to say it. DRC, I'm not going to say that you play corner your entire life.
Naturally just went
and maybe
to him.
That's why.
It naturally went to him the same way we're naturally going to break. We'll take a timeout. It's an untimed down. Can the Nightcrawlers strike back? We find out after this. Stay right where you are.
Go berserk.
We're getting into Division I football arguments in the chat. We're setting records here. It's a fantastic A7 Sunday because I get to sit here with one of my favorite people on the planet.
All I'll say is one's worst is another's best. And shout outs to the Dan Giesling chat. You were there. You all, apparently, are there. And the Nightcrawlers are going to look to get the get back on the get back. And here's Joey Bate with the throw off on the 3-on-1.
And that one is caught like a pop fly.
He's got some speed.
He's got that huss in him. Being chased down by Dennison, Woody Ness Charles, and I think that's Joey Bate. That is Joey Bate.
Nothing scarier than a smile on an A7FL player.
Up.
He does his cardio.
Oh! Slips him. Moves through, and no time taken off the clock.
Rico Holmes, a.k.a. Rico Danger. He was threatening at times.
Rico Danger, certainly a 90 straight-to-video classic. And that was not as classic return as the one we saw just before that.
I want to make a public apology to my Nightcrawlers guys. I said I wasn't going to say that's why DRC played corner his entire career. I said I wasn't going to say it. So I'm going to say that I'm sorry that I meant to not say what I said, and now I said it 4 times. But it was a great defensive play. He knocked it down.
It certainly did.
I mean, everyone knows that on the extra point, you can't return it anyway. So DRC knows that too. That's why he's the doctor. He's got a doctorate in this A7FL stuff.
Mark Bagway now in at center. Logo Davis at slot. So just expect chaos. Play action. Chased down by not DeAndre Haynes. Bagway will just get on his bicycle. Mark Bagway making its way downfield. Mark Bagway cuts through the sideline. Mark Bagway slip. Slide. Takes it to the house. Touchdown, Tampa.
Did we just have a Nandre Haynes reference? Bagway. Look, it's so easy. I get so jealous. He runs like not a human being. The gait, the stride, it's gazelle-esque, it's cheetah-esque. It's not what normal humans are capable of doing. And the Ghost right now, look, they got the 6. They got it on the board, untimed down. That's a great way to do it. But Nandre, no. 19, not enough.
Bye. Bye.
All right, let's count from the 40.
Up
1, 2, 3. All right, that's a slow motion. That's definitely faster than a 15.8. That boy run a 5.9. No way. And here's the extra point. A big man sighting at wide receiver on the backside. No backside here.
And that one will be obscured from sight, but incomplete nonetheless.
And shout-outs to that pull with great defense on Logo Davis, the best defense we've seen maybe in all of Florida games this season. Completely blocking out Logo Davis on the extra point attempt.
The Nightcrawlers bachataing on the Ghost like they're Romeo Santos on a Saturday night. We'll be back with the untimed down. Can lightning strike twice? We'll find out after this.
Content marketing drifting away? Unleash your videos with AI-powered Scene Machine. Scene's video experience platform processes your videos and helps you break up videos into smaller clips, making sharing easier and time-saving. The context of your videos are now searchable on Google. With Scene, you can take full control by converting views to actual sales. Visit us at signup.scene.com for your free 30-day trial and get Scene.
And we're back from St. Petersburg and my couch. I'm Matt Ryan, joined alongside Corey Hammond. A 3-on-1 throw-off. Mozzie Williams will not be returning this one. It will be why, but Mozzie Williams with the longest return in A7FL history.
Confirmed.
And now that will be why. Not replicating the same success, but the big-bodied ex-performance center athlete gets a good return after returning it from his own end zone.
Now, 44-6, really tough spot. It'll be interesting to see if they stick with their quarterback throughout. And Sharamont's shown, especially early in this game, that he has, some of the guts and some of what it takes to be a quarterback in this league. It's not a league for a quarterback that's not willing to do kind of the gritty, dirty work unless you're a guy like Logo Davis or Mark Bagway and you're just that much more athletic than every other human being that walks on this planet.
And it is a final in Las Vegas. Sick with it getting the win, shutting out the pit bosses.
And they're taking care of business. We also don't own the rights to that music either, but I'm not singing that. That's
no need to work overtime for them, no.
Yep, you go, Matt. Do you? You're better at that stuff than me.
No, it's just I remember useless things.
I hope Adele listens to your version. I think she would be proud. Can we get that to happen, Cole? Cole, we're asking you. I told you to get my energy drink.
They put me.
Now you need to go get in touch with Adele. I know you're not doing anything, keeping stats. And look, like I said, right? Did I not say it? Joey Bate now is at the quarterback position for the Ghosts. Let's see if we can get a spark from the former linebacker, former quarterback, wide receiver today, defensive end today, and now taking the job from Sharamont.
Joey Bate and Dennison gets tripped up at the line.
And Sharamont, in essence, was the lead blocker on that power play, but Bender, another great defensive play. We saw that hair flapping around in the championship as well. Definitely shout-outs to Josh Bender. And a huge shout-out to Mozzie. Not Fozzie.
Not
Mozzie Bear with the record. the Temu JJ Nightcrawler, which is interesting that JJ from BIC, his nickname is the Nightcrawler.
And it's not his fault.
It wasn't his fault, but maybe in a slant way, Matt, it kind of always is. Shout-outs to my guy.
For the Ghosts, it might feel 7 hours and 15 days since they last touched the end zone. But they scored on an untimed down to start the third quarter. They hand off to Dennison, and again, what worked for the Ghost in the first drive of the first quarter has not really metastasized into much on the first 2 plays of their first offensive drive of the half.
Yeah, and that's kind of to answer the question from Dan Giesling. It's why do you go away from something that works? Sometimes early in games, things will work because the defense that you're facing is in that mode where they're still trying to figure out what your game plan is.
And shout out to Mark Piper, our new intern down in the Indiana office. A Sycamore went to Indiana State. Makes a lot of the great graphics you see every Sunday on A7FL.tv. So shout out to Mark and all the hard work he's been.
Interesting they put Joey at quarterback just to hand it off, but it'll be Shermont on third down.
Third down.
False start.
And I want to give a shout out.
Both receivers go in motion, and Woody Ness Charles, the number 11 who calls the plays, is going to yell at number 8. Come on, man.
And it will be, I want to shout out Alex and David Soberman watching from home today. And Zach Morgan. Happy birthday, Zach Morgan, turning the ripe old age of 26 for the 32nd time. But shout out to Zach. We love you guys very much, and we'll see you on June 2nd when we return. And shout out to Ryan, having to deal with airline travel. His favorite thing in the world, but he's shooting a heck of a game for us down in St. Pete.
Well, Ryan has always been the first and kind of the premier voice on, what's going on in Florida and how it relates to the Northeast, where obviously Ryan DePaul is from. And he was the first one to mention Bagway's name, and he has been so prophetic in that, almost as prophetic as Matt Ryan.
The throw by, Dennison, the ball knocked
Bender!
Bender!
Get there, man!
In! Touchdown! Nightcrawlers, they hand off the 13, but Bender, look at the hair, so silky, so smooth.
There's no soccer in A7. Don't kick that ball.
It's just fruits and berries. That's what it is. It's just fruits and berries. I need to know what it is. I need my hair like that, Corey.
Listen.
It's too pretty.
Listen. Locticians wishes they could work on that head of hair, but the flowing mane is so majestic here as the Shermont brother is done dirty. He almost holds long enough, but not going to narc on him there. Doesn't matter. Shermont has had enough time at times, but the more and more this game goes on, the more his offensive line is kind of doing him a little bit dirty. And the Nightcrawlers have, in every way, shown their dominance here in this A7FL Florida championship game.
The scoreboard and the mosaic tell a story. But what will it mean from the national playoff? The handoff, the big body won't make it move, but...
Oh, no!
Oh, no goodness.
Oh, I was talking about the ball carrier holding it, and then Rico Brown, I think he's laughing.
I thought his glove was his finger. Yeah.
Oh, no. He was having a good time. Okay. Everybody's out there having a great time.
Everybody's okay. And if you want to have a good time monetizing your video content, scan the QR code now and empower your interactive AI video with SZN. That's SZZN. Sign up now, scan the QR code, and make the most of your video through our partners at SZN. Monetize your videos. What are you doing? You got all that content out there. You're not a content creator. My goodness, you're not a content creator in this generation. You're a liar. We'll be back in a moment. It's the A7FL Southeastern Final. Tampa looking to walk away with this one. The Ghost looking not to fade away into the night. We'll be back in a moment. It's the games of the week.
This gonna taste all right.
Marketing drifting away? Unleash your videos with AI-powered Scene Machine. Scene's video experience platform processes your videos and helps you break up videos into smaller clips, making sharing easier and time-saving. The context of your videos are now searchable on Google. With Scene, you can take full control by converting views to actual sales. Visit us at signup.scene.com for your free 30-day trial and get Scene.
Something amazing is happening here. Inventory is practically moving itself, quickly and securely. Classrooms are getting more immersive. Data is powering insights and imagination. CDW partners with you to get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. Make amazing happen. CDW. Something amazing is happening here. Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with Lenovo ThinkPads and powerful edge-to-cloud solutions, delivering faster insights and increased performance, giving them the scale to stay ready for whatever's next. Make amazing happen. Lenovo and CDW.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
See it?
Can we see a dinosaur?
Say it.
Hey Google, take me to the Natural History Museum.
Display it. That's tech, according to the 2024 Nissan Rogue.
Where could reinvention take your business? Accenture, let there be change.
And we are back here on the A7FL Games of the Week. Hey, I'm Matt. That's Corey.
Welcome.
Hi.
Come sit.
Come sit on the couch and welcome to the 3-on-1 podcast. Well,
live.
Yeah, live.
A7FL fans of the Games of the Week, you are now going to get the podcast that we missed this week.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to do a show this week, and now we have 49 minutes to kill.
That's not enough.
That's not enough. No, 51 minutes to kill. That's enough. That's enough. But when we take a look, we'll be talking in the chat on A7FL.tv. So if you got questions, comments, concerns, let us know. We will be live at 7 o'clock on A7FL.tv with the Force game. But right now, we're just going to be talking to A7FL football. And the Nightcrawlers, Corey, the first time we saw them this season on the Games of the Week, and I have to say, not just because I was on my couch, but that offense, that team didn't look like they missed a beat from last year.
Not at all. And I think, honestly, Matt, where we're at right now, watching the Nightcrawlers, probably the last kind of missing piece of our top 10 to see live and to, you know, kind of demonstrate to the A7FL fans across the nation. Where do they line up now, seeing them in person the top 10?
Do they stay? Do they stay in? Because we're going to figure out the top 10 with Big Rob this week, and when we do the show.
This is kind of like this is the
This
live
is literally what we do
that
after
we
games.
I will show you. So let's start at the top. BIC, I feel like what they've done this season and what we've seen them do, they start at number one for me. And, you know, you can make the argument with the next couple of teams especially. And then our number 2 team was Sick With It. And very much like the way that the Nightcrawlers kind of took care of business today, Sick With It against the team in the Pit Bosses. I think the final score, Matt, was 36-0.
Yeah.
You know, Jeremy Geary's still doing his thing at the quarterback position. Lavish T still wearing a what looks like a silver
actually get that
bonnet.
Score. Yeah, 36-0 was the final at half. By the way,
and I think we start talking about the Nightcrawlers at 3, which is where they were. Matt, I'll pitch it to you first. Number 2, if we're saying BIC is 1 for now, 2, you got Sick With It, number 1 team right now in the West. Number 3, Nightcrawlers. Where do they line up? Excuse me.
See, it's
no cough button.
Seeing the Ghosts against the Orange, you make it feel like that the Ghosts can really compete, and we saw in fleeting moments the Ghost offense, and especially Mozzie on returns, they have the opportunity to make something happen. 109
their defense
yards.
Is playing any other quarterbacks but Mark Bagway.
Do we just want to use the whiteboard for the first time today? Clean that off and just suss it out.
The core board.
The core board.
All right, let's whip out this core board.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a mouse. There's an eraser, Cole. If there's an eraser on the windowsill.
Ready? Oh, bang.
Oh. That's okay.
So we're gonna go
easier.
straight to the core board, brought to you by Cole.
If you want to sponsor,
go ahead. You do the sponsor. You're better.
Yeah. If you want to sponsor the core board, go to A7FL.com go to A7FL.com. Go to the info button.
And just so you know, fans at home, we had a telestrator. Okay, we had a telestrator.
Mm-hmm.
It's Dave Valley. It wasn't JJ's fault when we let Dave Valley up in there into the booth doing that great interview. He couldn't help himself. He bounced the telestrator out of the club, just like he does defensive linemen.
I will say, in terms of broadcast positions we've ever had, my own couch, top 10. Places we've ever called a game.
Listen,
I would say.
Not only are we doing the top 10, man, do you
need me to hold that?
No. We're doing this.
Okay,
right.
All right.
We're gonna start with 1, and Cole, you'll be the deciding factor. Does BIC feel like the number 1 team in the nation? Unequivocally. I mean, we can make the argument, but just to kind of go through it.
Yeah, you can talk. Yeah, you have the ability.
You can't come on camera. We don't want to see. No, I'm just joking.
Violate union rules, but
you can talk.
You can talk.
So Cole, BIC, or are you going to make the case right now that the Sick With It or the Nightcrawlers are the number 1 team in the nation? Chaos are in there, maybe in the conversation, but we'll get to them in a second.
Well, I think it's really tough, especially with no crossplay yet. BIC have some great wins against the U and the Watchmen. Sick With It, obviously, finally getting the monkey off their back, beating the Insomniacs. Nightcrawlers, we know they can beat the Watchmen. We know that they can be very competitive with the Insomniacs. They were 12 points away and 2 untimely turnovers away from winning the national championship last year. Right now, you could make an argument very easily for BIC, Sick With It, or Nightcrawlers to be the number 1 team. I really can't think of any team any of those 3. I mean, that shouldn't be
Cole,
number 1.
I know it's an election year. You don't have to politic us.
This is coming from you. I don't have to politic.
Listen.
From you.
I filibuster. I don't politic. Savage Cole in the chat on screen. Cole, I'm looking right at you, even though I'm actually looking at the screen. Who's your number 1 team in the nation? Go.
Right now, I've seen them more, so I'm going to have a little bit of bias towards BIC, but I feel like once we're going to get a taste of Nightcrawlers, better taste of Nightcrawlers, pause. We're going to get a better look at the Nightcrawlers once the playoffs start in 2 weeks, and I think that is going to give me a lot more information when I see them play a couple games against certain teams.
Nope. You said BIC. We're going BIC. BIC is our number 1 team, and I think, listen, when Cole was going through it, he talks about the quality of opponent and quality wins. Not that Sick With It hasn't beat a great team. Not that the Nightcrawlers don't look great. BIC, in my opinion, consistently has to play tougher competition, and they've proven it time and time again. Just look no further than them mercy ruling the Animals, who, in most people's opinions, is a relatively top team. My number 1 is looking kind of a little pathetic there. Let me get a little fancy there. Boom! Number 1. So number 2. Here's the conversation I think I wanted to have, because I think if you look at the core board in all its glory, and we'll kind of try to look at the core board. Better way to hold this here. It's kind of like my bouncer. I'm holding him back. It's either Sick With It or Nightcrawlers. And I think what we have to break down, as Matt is the perfect kind of easel holder for this scoreboard. Cole, you see the stats week in and week out. we've watched the Vegas division week in and week out. What we haven't yet seen, I think, from the Nightcrawlers is another performance like we saw. Somebody's going to whack-a-mole you. Be careful. A performance like we've seen in the playoffs last year from the Nightcrawlers because they just haven't had the test yet. Based on what you saw today, Cole, Savage Cole, and I don't know how we go back to, we got the camera operator is behind the scoreboard, but we can hear your voice, Cole. Mm-hmm. Again, we're going to do the 3-on-1 top 10, and it may be slightly a little different because Rob's going to, basically bully me and Matt into putting the Nightcrawlers above Sickwit because he loves Vegas so much. Who do you take as your number 2 team? Right now. Just right now.
Right now.
You do the stats. You see what these teams are capable of week in and week out.
I'm going to put Nightcrawlers at 2.
Sick with it. All right. Sick with it. Now,
can you at least spell it right?
Asterisk. Cole said Nightcrawlers. But for me, listen, we've seen what the Nightcrawlers are. We've seen who they have. It is confirmed. They are pretty much pound for pound the same team as they were last year. They don't have BME Keese, it doesn't look like, at least in that game. But to me, based on just for me, Cole, based on a body of work of what they've done so far this year, and that's what we try to do here at the 3-on-1, even though it's the games of the week and it's after the games of the week game, and we're just kind of waiting for that 7 o'clock, which is going to be a nice one. It's going to be a good one, guys. I see Sick with it as that number 2 team because they just had to prove it more consistently with more games and against, I would say better quality opponents in general. And they beat the better quality opponent this year. So I think what you're saying, Cole, is an argument that I might even see Rob make, Matt, relatively soon.
Can I actually make an argument that I think Rob is going to appreciate me talking about?
Sure.
I'm going to talk about the O-line for both those teams.
Let's go.
And this is why. So, Sick with it, in my opinion, from the games I've seen Sick with it play and the games I've seen the Nightcrawlers play, Sick with it have the better O-line. I think they have the better blockers.
I think that's unquestioned. Yes, absolutely.
However, we saw, how many times did we see in that game right there?
Whoa, Dub Alvarez? What's up? No, However.
Bagway. It's my first time on here, okay? Give me a break.
No, how could I not steal?
Anyways,
your great games?
Bagway and Logo were pressured like crazy in that game, and they were never sacked. There was always 3 or 4 ghosts in their face the entire game. They were never sacked. They were always able either to throw it away, maybe even get a completion if they're lucky, or in Bagway's case, run for like a 65-yard touchdown, or just keep lateraling it as many times as you need.
Yeah.
So that's just telling me if we give the Nightcrawlers an O-line and we give them that much more time, man, I think they really could score triple digits in a game.
Well, how are you going to give it to them, though? Let's be honest. You can't do it.
You
so
can't.
that's why they're going to be right here. Nightcrawlers at 3. Now, shout-outs to a great performance and great athletes, but I also will caution, as nonchalant, and we talked about this, as the best-looking member of our crew is right here. I'm going to move this so that you can be seen fully there, Olive. All right, she's going to keep moving. It's cats and animals are the hardest to film, they say.
Cats and children.
Oh, cats and animals. Yeah, excuse me. I meant children, but I said animals. I have so many, that's what I call them.
Olive, your thoughts? We'll take a brief time.
I agree with what Olive says.
We're going to take a brief time out, and when we return, we'll break down this list and more. It's the A7FL Games of the Week, and, well, we've taken it over with the 3-on-1 podcast. Stay right where you are.
I'll try.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Massage de burger dans le Montréal. Baissine every 20 minutes.
gonna taste all right.
And we are back here in Matt's apartment doing the 3-on-1 postgame, brought to you by the core board behind me and Cole Gardella, who does our stats. Now, we're going to take a brief break from our 3-on-1 top 10 that we're doing, which shout-outs to the fans in the chat getting involved, but we actually have a call coming in from the game we just watched. And Nick Alimo, and now I know I always mess that up. Nick, I got it right this time, right?
Yes, sir, you did.
Nick Alimo on the call, owner, manager, just general capo of the Florida division and specifically the Tampa Nightcrawlers. Congratulations on another Southwest Division championship, my friend.
Well, thank you, sir. It's not me, though. It's the players.
Well, you're part of the team, so we're congratulating everybody. And first question I have for you is, did you have to do that bad to my guys? The Ghosts are my guys. Woody Ness Charles, Joey Bates, shout-outs to the Parlay Podcast. We love, talking to all our kids. But what? Anyway, tell me a little bit about how that game started, because it looked like the Ghosts, they came to play at least at first, Nick. Tell me about that adjustment in the first quarter to cement the dominance that we expect from you guys.
Yeah, well, first things foremost, shout out to the Ghosts. Got to give them the respect. They are a good team. If they are to go against any other teams, I think they'd still be competitive. So shout out to them first and foremost. You saw that they did come out of the game, playing strong, playing physical. And then the Nightcrawlers got into their mode and just turned it up a notch. Once they do that, it's hard to stop them. So.
Well, my next question is this. Do you guys draw up the goofy, silly touchdown plays that you guys managed to figure out on the fly? Or is that just Mark Bagley and Logo Davis being better than the other team?
So I have nothing to do with that. Like I said, it is the players, man. The Nightcrawlers, yeah, they just draw it up. They play football, man. That's all it is. Just them playing football, know how to play football, know what works, knows what doesn't. And, they've been playing football for a really long time. So they've been doing their thing. So they know what to do, when to do it, and what works. So obviously it worked in their favor.
So we got the we'll say the prologue for the Nightcrawler season out of the way, and on their revenge tour, because they were basically, as close to a championship as 79 was to being the best wide receiver in the game today, and actually they were probably closer, because that's a little hyperbole. But now that the second season starts, the real competition that I think all of the Nightcrawlers, and especially the top guys that obviously showed up today, are ready to get back at, what is the motivation like for those guys in the national perspective? Because it looked like at times, talking to Dan Giesling from the Creator Sports Network, me and Matt calling the games, it looked like at times it was a little bit too easy for the Nightcrawlers today. What's it like heading into the second season against teams that they have vendettas against?
Yeah, so they know they have to turn it up for the harder competition that's coming their way. So I think they're preparing themselves for that, really. The motivation is they just want to win a championship, man. They've been hungry. They've gotten to the championship game before, and they were this close. And I think that's what motivates them to, power through and beat these teams to get there again and win it all this year. So it is really a revenge tour for them. They're on a mission. So they were missing some players today. I don't know if you noticed, like
I didn't see Devon Gray. He talks all the time about how this and that, and I was waiting to see what he was like in a Nightcrawlers jersey. Confirm, is he still part of the team?
He scored a touchdown today.
What?
Devon Gray.
That was a rushing touchdown, Corey.
Oh, that was him?
Yeah, that was him.
I was expecting to see.
He also had one that got called back. It was a block.
So he was number 42?
He's number 42.
See, he's wearing that mask. I didn't see his face. So, well, congratulations for him to finally get back to the championship round from Florida, because he was part of that original championship A team, so long ago. Nick, thanks so much for talking to us. I think you got a guy in Logo there ready to talk to us a little bit as well.
Yes, I do.
Let's hear from the guy.
A little bit better than what we've been.
Let me get you over to him.
Well, could get all the way back.
It is the A7FL 3-on-1 post-game show on A7FL.TV, HBCU Plus, caffeine, and all points in between. I'm Matt Ryan, joined by Corey Hammond and the Bucket. Shout out to the fanciful Bucket. But
well, it's anthropomorphic. It's got eyes.
And we are live, and if you want to be a part of the A7FL and be an A7FL division owner, go to a7fl.com/owners. That's a7fl.com/owners today. Be the next Mark Cuban. Be the first you to bring the A7FL to your town. It's a7fl.com/owners. I'm Matt Ryan, joined alongside Corey
We're talking
Hammond.
to you, Kodak Black.
Or anybody who just has got
everyone, but specifically Kodak Black.
But when we take a look at the games across the league today, the heist and the chaos locking in the top 2 seeds in the Midwest, the Nightcrawlers winning their division championship, the Insomniacs and the Force looking to lock in where they're going to be in the Nevada playoff. The Northeast playoffs locked in, but we do have Logo? Okay,
we have Logo.
Logo Davis, welcome back to the pod, my friend. How are you?
I'm good, brother. How you guys?
We're good, man, and I'm going to share this mic with Matt. Unfortunately, Rob couldn't make it. He did call it, though, that you were going to go pretty bonkers. Now, maybe a little bit of a mundane Sunday for you guys based on what you guys are used to and what you guys are capable of. So we see what you can do against Florida competition. I think that's been pretty much proven throughout yours and Mark's run specifically. And obviously guys like Tyree McCants, my guy who wears Cena, Flynn, the male model, just standing up to a huge running back, play in, play out. Yeah, man, that six-pack's not airbrushed. I mean, it is what it is. We all see that. Good to hear from you again, man. But we're here where we expected you guys to be. Now, if you've been paying attention to the 3-on-1 podcast, which we basically are doing right now, we've been talking about how the Nightcrawlers this, Nightcrawlers that, because we know. We just know. We've seen it. We've seen it enough times. We don't have to really wonder. But now we're here. Now the revenge tour is fully back into swing. The prologue is over. Chapter 1, you guys get another opportunity against the Northeast opponent. Tell me what the mindset for the Nightcrawlers is headed into this revenge tour, because you guys, in most people's opinion, looked like the better team in the championship for most of that game. And if you guys could have played that game 10 times, maybe you guys win it more than the Insomniacs do. But history is history, and the past is the past. Tell me about the future, Logo.
Like you say, the mindset right now is definitely just to handle business. Across the board, like you say, we left something in Vegas. It won't happen again. Like I say, I'm not going to down talk the Insomniacs. I think they did what they were supposed to do. But, yeah, we're definitely hungry, and I think we're coming a little stronger.
Well, how closely have you been paying attention to the rest of the opponents that you have left to face? Because the Insomniacs are that team that were the champions. They've now actually gotten knocked off their pedestal, at least for this season, in the regular season, and it's the Siquidit that we're playing at the same time as you guys, taking care of business against the Pit Bosses 36-0 out in Vegas. They're now the top team in the West. Right. If chalk holds and they win again against the Insomniacs, which if you watch that game, and I suggest you check it out on A7FL.
I was going to ask you that. So they played tonight?
No, they played a couple weeks ago.
Well, the Insomniacs played tonight.
Yeah, the Insomniacs played tonight, but the Insomniacs played Siquidit a couple weeks ago, and it was...
Tonight is their game back following the loss, though, right?
Yes,
and we'll see what they have.
This game, for them, I think is going to be big.
Yeah.
We got to see how they respond. Like you say, that's their first loss in 2 or 3 years, right? 2 or 3 seasons.
Well, since their existence, it's basically a year and a half since their existence as the current version of the Insomniacs with the Scott Hamiltons, with the RTCs.
I have been watching the podcast, and I just think maybe they was a little complacent. So I think it was definitely a good loss.
Hey, that's a great segue. We saw complacency from you guys today. Now, I totally understand it, right? The way that I described it is nonchalance. You guys were nonchalant in today's game. I think you guys knew what the outcome was going to be based on, how easy you guys make it look.
Yeah.
Is that something that we expect from you guys? Because we've seen it. We've also seen it when the rare breed, game, which you weren't a part of. A little bit of the dancing too early, and old man Corey Hammond said some stuff, right? And then we get into the other things like, I don't know, the Watchmen. You guys made it look super easy on offense. On defense, allowed a lot of points. What is that just who you guys are, that you guys just walk onto the field, have fun, and you're better? Or can we expect almost a level of intensity or the fire burning, that eye of the tiger from you guys in the next round of this A7FL season for you guys?
Honestly, I think you can expect it this time.
Okay.
We definitely look to have fun, play stronger, and put on a show for sure. But I think it is getting a little more intense. I think we definitely fell short the first year. Last year, we left it on the table. And this year, like you said, we really want to kind of just get over the hump, whatever you want to call it. But, I mean, I feel like we have to play our ball, and we're going to put on a show either way. It's not just saying we're just better than everybody, but like you say, we definitely want to put on a show. So we're going to show up, we're going to compete, and like you say, we want to put up a lot of points.
Yeah, and you guys do that pretty much every time we see you. I made the comment on a couple of podcasts previously in this season, on season 3 of the 3-on-1, that you guys are either in games that end in a mercy or the greatest games in the history of our league. It's never in between. There's never just a mundane Sunday where you guys aren't.
You're definitely right, but that's what I meant to say about earlier. I didn't mean to cut you off, but
No, definitely do it. I do it to everybody.
I wouldn't say it's nonchalant, but listen, we have to find a way to play a full game. We never get to play a full game. Then you only have a few games in the season, and I mean, it's just we don't know what to do. You can't just come out and put up 100.
Well, you could have.
We try to do.
Cole Gardella, our stats guy, asked that question to me and Matt privately, and I'm now breaking kayfabe. But you could have scored 100, and you had 3 quarters to do it. Now the Ghosts came out and they played as hard as they can. And let's be clear to the fans around the league, the Ghosts are not the worst team in the A7FL. They're probably solidly in the middle tier and can probably beat and compete with a lot of teams in this league. But now we're facing the Northeast. Top teams. And one of the teams that's floating around there, and we'll see how it shakes out, is the Patterson U. Now, that's a team that you guys have not faced. There was talk about the hypothetical, if you guys were to beat Rare Breed, you would have played the U in that championship year when they lost to BIC. And then last year, you play the Watchmen, who beat the U. Have you seen the U? And I know we've talked privately, and you and Rob have talked privately about some of the New Jersey teams. Have you seen the U this year? And what are your thoughts on some of the Northeast teams that are now standing in your way of that revenge against the West?
I have been paying attention. I have watched the U. Honestly, on our end, like, we're in the league for a reason. We want to play all the top teams.
Right.
And I mean, I know it's not possible to play everybody like right off the bat, but I would rather play BIC, Patterson U, those teams, other than playing the teams we've already played. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree. I know what you're talking about. Now, I played those teams, so I'll take the Ghost and the Orange. And, according to one of my friends in the chat, it still wouldn't go my way. But that's this year for Corey Hammond. We're talking to Logo Davis, unregistered position playmaker for the Nightcrawlers. It's quarterback, it's wide receiver, it's running back. It's better than you in the roster sheet. And now he's on the 3-on-1 post-game podcast here with Matt Ryan, Cole Gardella, and Rob, cringing at my terrible jokes somewhere with his family. Logo, the last thing that I'll ask you, and then I'm going to, let Matt and either or Cole take over.
Yes, sir.
Who, in your opinion, is the linchpin for this Nightcrawlers team? Obviously, you and Mark, who are both really humble and love to talk about your teammates, are likely not going to say each other. But when we look at the roster and we see all of the great talent that sometimes is overshadowed by the way that you guys make hard plays look so easy, who, in your opinion, is that glue guy that holds this team together for the Nightcrawlers that maybe the fans should get a little bit more used to knowing by first name and last name basis?
Honestly, we probably have a few.
Give us a few.
Like you say, we definitely get the bulk of the attention, but I mean, you're going to get that playing quarterback either way. But if I had two names to bring to mind, it'd be definitely Deontay Henderson and Tyree McCants.
Now, did you say Deontay Henderson because you've seen what he did to OG Buck and you know you? No, I'm sure. Yeah, those are two great players. And when we talk about DRC, right? And it was a pleasure to see him play in today's game. I always talk about him in the sense that he has nothing left to prove football wise. For him to just come out and play A7FL football, you know, it's almost like he's risking more than he could ever gain. And you just got to love a guy that loves football so much that he's willing to grace our league with his talent.
Correct.
But he's not even the biggest D1 athlete out there because he went to, I believe, Tennessee State. It's Tyree McCants, the track hawk. He's the guy with the biggest pedigree in D1. Tell us a little bit about his game and what he brings to the Nightcrawlers on offense and defense.
Man, listen, stay tuned. But he's definitely one. He's definitely one to watch. He's the one everybody talks about that ran down, I believe, Trey in the championship.
Yeah, I mean he's a super athlete.
Listen, stay tuned. I'm pretty sure you've seen him today, but he's definitely one to watch.
I did. I'm glad I didn't have to see him on the field personally. And then you mentioned Deontay Henderson, and we know that Deontay is actually involved heavily in the youth football programs. A lot of you guys are just football lifers, whether it's, you know, morning, noon, or night. You're eating, sleeping, and breathing football in every form. Tell us a little bit about the outreach from a guy that on the field is as ferocious as they come, but seems to me like one of the most stand-up guys in our league.
I don't know. Like I say, just being around him, like I said, that's why I think he's that glue guy that you're speaking about. It's never like I don't know what you don't know what to expect from him. And when it just happens, I can't even explain it, man. But like you say, he's definitely a humble guy. He's a leader. He can be that outspoken guy and a beast when you need. But he just keeps us together. He talks offense, defense. I don't even know if you've seen him, but he can play any position too. So while me and Mark hasn't been here, he's been the quarterback.
Yeah, I've seen some of the film.
In those 60-point games, he's been the quarterback doing that.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's getting the attention for it, but for us, he played line. He does whatever you need him to do, and he never complains.
Well, shout-outs to Deontay Henderson. Shout-outs to the Nightcrawlers.
Absolutely.
My bad, man. I still got you number 3 here. I'm waiting for you to, play those real opponents that you're looking for. And I know you're ready for the smoke. So, obviously, you know that this list behind me, that it's Cole's fault, by the way. He said no. I'm just joking. But thank you once again for joining us. Thank you for gracing our A7 fields with your talent. And hey, man,
I appreciate you guys for having me.
And we're all excited to see what you can do as the playoffs approach. And I think, Matt, I'm not really a professional at this, but I think it's time for a break. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more 3-on-1, with more Matt, with more Cole, and more of the core board. We're going to fill this puppy out. Stay tuned.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
Detroit is just changed so much. You can see what it once was. And then I think about what it can be. As an entrepreneur, it's about how I can give them the tools to empower themselves. If we can just all do something small, all the small things will start to amount to something big.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Massage de burger dans le brouillard, baissiner avec 20 minutes, ce qui vite font journée long, et voilà.
This is gonna taste all right.
See it?
Can we see a dinosaur?
Say it.
Hey Google, take me to the Natural History Museum.
Display it. That's tech, according to the 2024 Nissan Rogue.
Hello. The Rainbow Bridge of Asgard, where the booming heavens roar. As we're ready to throw it off between the Force and OTT, and of course, Mr. Excitement, Jaden Webb, back to receive the throw-off. And he is very, very dynamic, as he always is. And looking to throw it off will be Mr. Willie Perry. And we are set to go. Force over the top rematch from April the 21st. And here comes Mr. Webb.
And it is back on the 3-on-1 cast, and it will be the Force starting off with the ball on the 3-on-1 throw-off. You're just hearing Matt Ryan talking to you right now. Corey Hammond will join us in a little while. I'm not on camera at the moment because I'm comfortable on my couch. Also, Cole, turn that lamp on over there. Yeah, that one. Oh. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Force. Yeah. And it will be the first time today I get a chance to look at some Nevada football. Force in their blue uniforms and the OTT in their lemon drop yellows. Wide receiver in motion. That's Webb, number 7, and a flag on the field. False start on the offense. Already starting off with some yellow tape. And Jaden Webb on the sideline. A big fan in Cole Gardella does Jaden Webb have. It's the interesting thing about the Force is you expect them to get the big victories. And they walk into today 3-2. They started out the season 0-2. They started on the Schneid after some hard games in week 1 and 2. And the snap-on first down, the handoff, pushing the pile and getting to the 44-yard line, and it will be 2nd down. It'll get to just past the initial line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd and 9, 14-15 left to go in the first. But when we look ahead at the A7FL playoffs, A7FL.TV will be the place for the playoff schedule. The snap, the handoff, and met and wrapped up near the line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and short. Not necessarily how you want to start a drive. Start with a penalty and then immediately one quick play to get you back to where you started, but only now about 4 yards beyond where they got things moving. One more shot to get it done. 13:23 left to go as we see Coach McKeithian Smith, Coach Mack, adorned in his straw hat. That is a hat with purpose. Like, that's a hat that just says, you know what? I'm here and I have a giant hat.
I heard it's a one-piece thing.
Really?
No.
Oh, the snap play action on 3rd down. The throw, 4th down, caught, 1st down, and brought down at the 40-yard line.
And a cunning play there by Fox, huh?
Yeah, boo.
Huh?
Boo, get out of my house. Get out of my house. You don't take my dog. Hey. And it looks like we have an injury on the field. So not necessarily a great way to start things off. We will stay with the action. 12:24 left to go in the first. Matt Ryan joined by Corey Hammond literally behind me. And Devon Gray letting us know he was number 42. $13:55, and it looks like we'll get back to the action. And there's no number 21. And this Force team, they like to wear you down. They like to run the ball and walk you down. And it will be 1st down for the Force. They're at Matter East High School. The snap, play action, caught. And another solid first down play for the Force. And it will be 2nd and about 4. As this Las Vegas Force offense seems to have found a rhythm against what the OTT's throwing at them early on. So it'll be 2nd down. Corey Hammond joining us back here on the couch.
Yeah, Olive said you want to come back inside.
That's fair. The snap, the handoff, and pushing through the pile. The big man cannot ball. And that would be how that goes. OTT come up with the ball, and the Vegas Force find out really quickly that a centrifugal force thrown off course puts you in a horse race. And in 14th place.
Almost looked like Savion Cunningham was in on the tackle that play.
Savion Cunningham stepping up.
Now, look, you see why the Force are able to compete at a high level in the Vegas division. They have the offensive line. They have, pretty good play from their quarterback so far. Fox is really delivering the ball on time and on target to his receivers on that first drive. But credit OTT for taking advantage of the ball loose in the running back's hands. They strip it, they get it back, and they keep the Force from scoring points and start off with their first drive of the game. Not great field position, but we'll see what G. Herd's over-the-top team can do with their first time out. And it looks like, is that Tannehill at quarterback? Or no, is that Smooth? Is that the former Lex Luthor? Now OTT? That
Darnell Richardson sends a man in motion. The sweep, the reverse, and tries to spin through the defenders, caught up in a blue wall, and brought down inside the 10-yard line.
They go with that patented Vegas play. It almost seems like it was introduced in the league so long ago with the Vegas division. It's only been a couple of years. But they go fake jet and then the counter. A little bit different when you got a guy back there that's not RTC Wilkerson, and a great play from the Force to stop that misdirection play and bring up 2nd down.
And it's
interesting. It looks like Yodi Mack at the top of the screen, G. Herd in the slot, and Savion Cunningham at the bottom of your screen. Play action. Out
off
to
the
Savion.
Screen, Savion Cunningham brought in down inside the 15-yard line. And it will be 3rd down. Trying to plug something in over here and unable to do it.
Well, I got that candle too.
Yeah, I know. Nice. We were celebrating a birthday this week. Happy birthday today to Stephanie Sotilli, my roommate and best friend.
And then she proceeded to be like, peace out.
I'm going on vacation. Do what I asked her, hey, can I do the games from the house? And she's like, I'm leaving town. Do what you want. Just make sure the floor is vacuumed. And the floor was vacuumed off the screen, looking to vacuum up the turf. G. Herd making the move, getting to the 20.
That's a attitude play from G. Herd. And, he a lot of times in OTT's first year in the league, he would be the one playing quarterback, and he would basically just take it upon himself, do it all himself, make similar plays, running the ball just like that. Now he's at a more natural position. He's just that flexed tight end kind of slot H-back position. You see, he's a hard man to bring down. Here's Richardson rolling out, makes the first man miss, but he can't get away.
That man flung him by his jersey.
Is that James St. Patrick? No, that's not. But anyway, it looks like it's going to be a turnover. And it looked like the 4th down isn't converted. A really risky call there from OTT. Richardson looked like he easily made the first man miss, but they give the Force the ball right back where they lost it.
And I want to apologize. I forgot to tell you. I forgot to tell you and Rob. I got invited to Nation Night.
inform this old man what that is.
The BIC have an annual celebration, and I was invited to hang out with them last night. I did not because I had work.
I feel like they FaceTime me from Nation Night at times.
They do.
I just.
I feel like they do. The handoff. Nope. The quarterback will keep it. Side to the outside. Touchdown.
The Force say it's a touchdown. Let's see what the ref says.
We'll see what the refs call.
He just made an ASL symbol that I'm not aware of. Not sure what the call is. There it is. It finally gives us the call. Touchdown. And that's a read option. Fox sticks it in the gut, sees the defensive end kind of commit to the run, easily gets the edge, scores the easy touchdown for the Force. And that's what he can do. That's what he's proven that he can do. Game in, game out. He is athletic enough that he gets the corner. With his size and speed, he's an easy touchdown threat. What I want to see him show in this game is that it's not just his legs that are dangerous. It's his arm as well as they go for the 1-point conversion from the 5.
In motion, handoff, the big man. He will try to hopscotch his way inside. Sir, you're down 6 points. You got the stop, but Bubba.
Yeah, we're gonna turn this
Sweetie Muffins. Why?
We're gonna turn this 3-on-1 cast into us just chilling on the couch calling him out. And
Uncle Matt and Uncle Corey are here.
Yeah, I'm rubbing off on you. You're unk status with that kind of call. He goes to celebrate a meaningless extra point. Now, championship points are important, but maybe have that same energy when the score is 0-0. But you got to give him credit. A lot of those times, those extra points, they can be momentum changers. I'm just not going to lie. Whenever I see this field, it looks like Rutgers to me. Shout out to the Scarlet Knights. The birthplace of college football is in New Jersey, by the way. And here is the 3-on-1 throw-off team for the Force.
I've never liked college football. And here's Savion Cunningham.
Well, I like Savion Cunningham.
He's a state-of-the-art at the 3-on-1 return. What a play by Cunningham to get him close to the 50.
Well, and you see the explosiveness from Savion. He is one of the fastest, just pure speed runners in the entire league, coast to coast. Now, a lot of times, that speed is enough for him to find that crease. So he did give OTT some pretty good field position to start, but credit the Force for making sure that the score is still 6-0 because at any given moment, just check the scoreboard, Savion Cunningham is the most dominant weapon OTT has to offer. And it'll be Darnell Richardson back at over the top. When he's playing for OTT, their symbol is the eagle. He is the Desert Eagle out in the desert.
Eagle!
Ah! And he throws out to Yodi Mack, another quarterback, playing wide receiver.
I feel like you and Rob if this was Scrubs,
yes,
you'd be JD and Turk.
I'll take that. I think we're a little grittier. Mm. We've been put through the ringer a little bit more than Donald Faison and then Zach Braff, I think.
That is true.
Just in aesthetics, I guess.
Yeah, it's fair.
You know who I'd say?
Who?
And this is from my family. Shout out to my family who love me, so they said this. Idris Elba, Aldi's Idris Elba, and Aldi's Chris Hemsworth. There's the deep pass. And incomplete. Darnell Richardson had him deep, but just misses. And that would have been a big play for OTT. Just missed on the deep post. As I said, Rob looks like Idris Elba, and that I have been mistaken for an Aldi's Atemu version, if you will, of Thor.
You look like Dominic West. You do look like McNulty. Like, it is jarring how much you look like McNulty.
I get McNulty from the Baltimore guys. I get a lot of just generic white people from the Baltimore guys, and I don't know why. I'm not sure why. But I also get the, my daughter's friends say I look like Thor. And back in the day, Matt, real deep reference, I look like Busy D from Sum 41 the band.
Yo! The drummer?
Nah, the front man. That he's married to Avril Lavigne.
Derek Weidrich.
Yes, Busy D. Yeah. I was gonna put his government out there.
I know his real name.
I was gonna put his government out there, trying to keep his anonymity. He knows he was in Sum 41, so do I.
I'm a disaster, a microphone master.
Yes, exactly. I was doing the bass lick, which I think is okay streaming.
Yeah.
I don't own the rights to that mumble.
That bass line, the best bass line of all time for butt rock, which is what we're talking about, is 96 quite bitter beings, and the defensive line of the Force are some bitter beings after jumping the line on that one. But the one by CKY, I think, is the best butt rock bass line. Let us know in the chat if you think the same.
Let us know in the chat if you've heard of either of those songs. You children. Look, you got to give OTT and the Force credit. They're really in that mid tier of the A7FL, which when you're stuck there, it feels like it takes forever to get out. But grinding, learning what you can do, and finding a quarterback for OTT, which they have in Richardson, in my opinion. Here's the handoff. You know, that's kind of how.
I want to address our staff really quick. Yes, I found out about it late notice, and I forgot to tell everybody. Ooh. Obviously, I think we're all invited. I just found out late.
Man, they're not invited.
But it is the Force leading 6-0, the OTT driving. And if you're joining us on your Sunday night, we say thank you.
I love Shedrick Goodridge in the chat, by the way. You're my guy. Got a bald head. No one in the world has ever mistaken K-Wack for Kittle. I'm sorry. I love you, K-Wack. I love messing with K-Wack because he's such a good sport. And he's good at the sport.
And the move, that smooth, makes his move to the sideline. And
oh, no!
Gets excised out of bounds, and it will be the Force continuing to put a stop, as it will be first down OTT.
If there was a demon inside of Darnell Richardson, has now been knocked back down to the place where
this house is clear.
Listen, I respect the heck out of over-the-tops quarterback Darnell Richardson, one of the better, if not one of the best quarterbacks in the division. He started his career with a kryptonite team that was kind of a loaded deck. Now he's kind of in the mid-tier, finding his way with OTT. Plenty of weapons, as you see Savion Cunningham in the slot at the bottom of your screen.
But
we'll see what he can do against his Force team.
Rolls out. Richardson throws deep to the end zone. Head top. Did he come up with that? Interception. Who came down with the ball?
It looks like they're saying it's an interception from the Force. No,
they're waving it off incomplete.
We're getting okey-doked by these refs here. They're going to have a conversation. The pass was a catchable throw, and a great throw at that. It looked like it was in the area of Savion Cunningham, who makes a lot of those plays. Could be one of the other guys. You know, the glare off those beautiful golden jerseys. Sometimes hard to get the... I'm pretty sure, yeah, that was Savion. But when the Force guy comes up with it and starts running down the field, normally the confidence there from... Oh, it's the OTT offense that stays on the field, Matt.
So they get that head top, and it will be first and goal for the OTT. The football gods giveth, and the football gods taketh away.
Yeah, so the call on the field was the catch was made, the receiver was down, and then the Force player ripped it out of his hands. So that's a big turn of events, and OTT with a big play bring up first and goal from about the 8-yard line.
And they will stand inside the 5-yard line. 4:07 left to go. And Corey, if you are this deep into the red zone and you know what your options are you just hoping that enough daylight opens up for G. Hurd to just run that right through and tie this game up?
Well, G. Hurd's best at running the ball. When he's playing quarterback, there's a lot of field in front of him, and he sends the receivers downfield, because what that does to a defense is it spreads them out to allow a runner like G. Hurd, who's more Huff than Huss, to get into the open field and make people pay with his, power, not his athleticism. Down here, this close to the goal line, you see that the Force have the type of defense and the type of defensive makeup ever since their initial season a couple of years ago. And we have a situation.
Smoke previously detected.
Lit a candle.
Man.
Lit a candle to be nice.
I was trying to make it smell nice. Well, it's just that type of day out in Vegas. We're watching it on the screen, but it's hot and setting off alarms. Look, this offense from OTT setting off alarms with this drive so far. And there is a little bit of a delay for the commercial break for the Vegas feed, Fox 5.2. And the sportsmanship as one of the corner up. No, it was a replay to determine if that was a completion or an interception. It looks like, Matt, the call on the field has been overturned. It will be De'Aaron Fox and the Force offense that come back out onto the field. Crazy turn of events here in all types of ways. Welcome to the 3-on-1 cast.
I hate candles so much.
You'd think we lit an incense. That thing was going off.
And I have one of those like instant volcano things too.
Well, either way, long story short, it's going to be De'Aaron Fox and what looks like a pretty big guy package for the Force. Even their wide receiver, St. Patrick, is big.
And the big man gets caught up by the turf monster and brought in at the 11.
That's no-no, going from tight end back to running back. And he is told the same by the turf. Now, we'll give credit to the OTT defensive line. Now, when you look at this OTT defense, this is really, I think, the area of the field, the side of the ball. Shout outs to that podcast as well. The side of the ball that needs to improve. And here's De'Aaron Fox, drops back. You see his athleticism freezes the defensive end, gets free, shakes a couple men, but OTT is all
Fox
over
gets
him.
the defender off of him and moves to around the 15-yard line.
A lot of work to get that 6-yard gain from Fox. But you saw his athleticism froze the defensive rush end there, and he narrowly avoids the safety. That's a big play from Fox to get free. But that's a pretty good job from OTT that allowed Fox on a similar play to the right side, the left side of the defense, a touchdown earlier. That time they're able to finally get to him after a great effort to get those missed tackles. But OTT bringing up 3rd and about 6 for this Force offense.
Not where you want to be if you are the Force, even though you have a slight lead.
Now, I think that's Webb. He's one of their playmakers, number 12.
The snap, the handoff, pushes through the pile, gets past the 20-yard line, gets past the first down marker, and the Force continue to drive.
And that's Tone Smith, it looks like, number 4 for the Force. Started his career off with the Force, then went to the Insomniacs last year. One of the only 2-time Nevada division champions in the division. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that, at least in the regular season so far. But a good run from Tone Smith on 3rd down, and it'll bring up 1st.
151 and counting. The snap, the handoff again. The Force push it to the outside towards the top of your screen. And he gets to the 31-yard line, and it'll be 2nd and short.
That's Tone Smith again, known more as a linebacker. Now, had plenty of highlight plays at the running back position last year for the Insomniacs. It's just he wasn't the main ball carrier with RTC and even Trey Robinson. One of his best friends kind of in front of him in at least the way that plays were called. But you see there on another tough run, another 7-yard gain, Tone Smith just as good at running back as he is at linebacker.
The handoff, again, bouncing to the outside, pushes through the defender and gets the first down and more. Brought down at the 41-yard line, and as we end the first quarter, the Force impressing upon this OTT defense that they have got to put more big bodies up front to stop this run.
And it's just a testament to really who Coach Mack wants to be as a coach and what he wants the Force to be as a team. You see Rock Briscoe, former quarterback, now the offensive coordinator. And that's a big first down. Looks like we're in a TV timeout after the first down run from K2. But you see the formula for what Coach Mack is really looking to build. Tough, hard-nosed defense, a solid, kind of more conventional offense with run first, with the ability with Fox to make plays. Now, we haven't really seen them against the top-tier teams make the plays in the passing game, and maybe that's because they're kind of finding out what De'Aaron Fox is best at in the passing game. It used to be Rock Briscoe as the quarterback, throwing the ball most of the time. Now he's calling plays for another player. Sometimes finding that rhythm as play caller and quarterback is a process. But for me, if I'm the Force, once I take control of this game, what I'm looking to do is give my quarterbacks live reps in the air to prepare him for the top teams in this division, especially that are no strangers to 300-yard and big-time passing games. And if the Force want to compete with Sickwit and the Insomniacs, I think what they're going to need to improve upon is that ability to get chunk yardage in the air. And they have the players to do it. Now, they're missing Pac-Man, who now plays for Sickwit, a big piece in the puzzle for the Force past 2 seasons. But they've replaced him with playmakers like Webb and getting Tone Smith back, who looks to be a solid running option for this team.
45 seconds left to go in the first quarter. Matt Ryan joined alongside Corey Hammond. Off the sweep, presses through, gets to the 50. The big body's moving the way, and it looked like the ball almost came out, and the Force will get the first down as the clock will continue to run. That run by number 12 of the Force. That's Jaden Webb.
Yeah, Jaden Webb is one of those playmakers that you just got to look out for. And when you see him come in that motion, that jet motion with Tone Smith as the running back in the backfield as the lead blocker in front of him, you have to kind of assume that that's one of the areas the offense is going to try to attack by, obviously still keeping in mind they can go counter the other way with an athlete like De'Aaron Fox. But OTT, mentioned it before, and then the play cut me off. A lot of great things on their offense and their special teams especially. It's their defense at times that has let them down. Look no further than last year's game when they played Sickwit. Matt, how many points did they allow to Sickwit in an A7FL game? The answer, too many. The answer is 92. Thank you, Cole Gardella. On the stats, always 100% ready to break down the numbers.
Is this the first year where heading into the second to last week of the regular season for basically all but one team, every single team has, except one, a positive net point differential? Because for last year, there were teams in Vegas who made the playoffs with negative point differential. And right.
So what you're telling me is that all of these teams see the gold on their schedule. And like I said on the core board earlier, it was the Insomniacs versus Air.
What do you got, Cole?
So that's just for the what is it called? The pit bosses do not have positive points.
Not anymore. Okay, so everybody but the pit bosses in the gold.
So on the website, they're just ahead because it's sorted by wins and then net points. And it's really hard to implement a head-to-head tiebreaker on the website, so they just adjusted the net points in the website.
Oh, okay.
So incorrect.
Oh, okay. Well, now I look stupid.
No, you don't. How are you supposed to know?
The voice of the league.
Hey, listen, 93 and 154 right next to each other. That sounds like a great stat, though. I mean, honestly, when you just look straight at net points and you see that, you got to bring it to the fans.
But when you look at the top 4 of the division and Sickwit it being there as we start the second quarter, play action, Fox throws it deep towards the end zone out of reach of the wide receiver. When we look at Vegas and we spend an inordinate amount of time arguing for and against the validity of the top teams in Nevada. And I feel like this playoff will answer a few questions. But should more people be giving Vegas respect this season when you look at more parity, when you see Sickwit finally getting over the hump, and you can whataboutism whether or not the Insomniacs have been prepared, whether or not they've been focused. It doesn't matter. A win's a win, a loss is a loss. It exists in the record book forever. We can litigate the championship game until the end of time. The point was, whoever left Bullhead was the champion, whoever scored the most points at the end of the game, and the Insomniacs scored the most points. The snap and the shotgun. The throw by Fox, caught! And he is brought down at the 20-yard line.
That's a well-placed ball on that kind of skinny post, that bender route. Number 8 says, the ball stuck to my hand. It was a great catch. Now, most teams in that window are going to either put hands on the receiver or try to get hands on the ball. But De'Aaron Fox stands tall in the pocket, steps up into the throw. A little bit of an off-balance delivery, but you see the arm strength that he has. Scouts are looking at how quarterbacks complete that bender, that cover 3 beater. Right there, he had what it takes on there. And there's Webb on the quick screen, blocker in front of him, and OTT corrals him. Matt, kind of answer your question. I think here's the thing. Everybody loves Michael Jordan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jordan was very rarely criticized for how well he played the game of basketball. But guess what? He always found a way to have the slights against him, so much so that he perceived things as slights and, acted accordingly. I think at this point in the league, the only opinions that you hear that have a negative opinion of teams like the Insomniacs or the Vegas division as a whole and what they're capable of in reality are players that are in that competitive spirit that are obviously biased and are going to say that their team, even it is a team that's terrible, like the Snow Tribe. I lost to them, but whatever, just to be fair. A terrible team like the Snow Tribe is going to say, oh, Vegas this, Vegas that. Well, Vegas got a chance with the Snow Tribe. And here's Webb.
High steps, B buttons, but does not get the first down.
There's Fox on the option, and he goes.
Well, he doesn't get the touchdown. It looks like he gets the first down. It'll be first and goal at the 2-yard line. Oh, no.
And shout-outs to NC
Second
Dubs
and,
back, Matt.
Yes, it is.
So he did the L2 there, the fake pitch. That's a dangerous move, but if you don't have a guy that's going to knock the ball out, feel free. L2 it away. But the long-winded thing to answer is we're kind of off script here. There's going to be first and goal for the Force. Surprise, surprise. They got some pretty big backs in the backfield.
They hand it off to 21, and no.
Yes.
6 points, 12-0, Force.
I think at this point, Matt, to finish my point, it's a perceived slight at this stage in the game to say that Vegas isn't here to compete because they won the championship. The Insomniacs, league-wide, have most of the players' respect. And what was said about the Vegas division's route is unarguable. They did not play as many top-quality teams in, most people's opinion, last year as, some of the roads that were different to get there. Now, we could say the same thing about the Nightcrawlers road, which is, by regular season, as in every week's a bye.
But now now the rest of the road for them is it's pretty difficult.
Now, yes, pretty difficult is an understatement.
Going for the 2-point conversion, Webb thrown, caught.
St. Patrick.
And that is White Wine Poppy on Instagram. James King Patrick getting the 2 points, and it is 14-0, Force leading the OTT.
That's kind of a statement saying white wine, too. Not even just wine. You're going to white wine. Hey, he's making some, partner happy drinking that.
But with the perceived slights, it does still feel that way that a lot of people on the Nevada side feel like they have to argue against the East. And I feel like now more than ever, there's more competitiveness across the league. I think every week we're seeing more competitive games, even though today was not indicative of that sample size with what we've seen across the league today. But the middle tier teams are getting more competitive against each other, and the games are more engaging.
You're
and here, Savion Cunningham gets brought down at the 31, and the Force isolating the OTT's main point of dynamic scoring, and that is the 3-on-1 return. And so far, in 2 attempts to do that, the Force have been really successful.
Yeah, and the Force, stopping him from scoring a touchdown, even if he gets to the 50, that's a win. And what happened was he went for the burst speed through the middle of the defense, or the 3-on-1, and he didn't get it the first time. So you saw what he did there. He slowed down. He was looking for the edge. Credit the Force. Their 3-on-1 coverage team is able to cover both aspects of the vulnerable, parts of that type of play, the 3-on-1, explosive play. And we'll see, as it looks like G. Hurd goes back into his roots and he says, nah, Darnell, give me the ball. Give me the ball. Now, a mistake, in my opinion, anytime a quarterback throws an interception, everybody wants to take the ball away from him. Not necessarily Darnell's fault. He got them there. But it'll be G. Hurd, and maybe they go with a run set.
Well, the Force kind of sending everybody and their uncle as the OTT try to push the pile, and the pile pushes back. And flag on the play.
Just like they drew it up, Matt. Just like they drew it up. See, guys, this is what we're going to do. All right, we're in the huddle. All right. Yo, let's get a power I formation with the offset fullback in the front. That means everybody on the defensive.
You want to diagram it on the core board?
Core board!
Let's diagram it on the freaking core board. All right, let's go.
We got to speed run this here.
All right, so let's go to the core board.
So we're gonna go with a G. Hurd. He gets a G, right?
Yeah.
Zoom into that guy. G. Hurd, running back here. What does that mean? All right, listen. This little situation here means that what we want to do with that formation, with the G is the quarterback, we want to run the ball. But what it does, unfortunately, means is that with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys in the box on offense, I'm going to line up with 6 guys in the box on defense. And guess what happens? This guy's not blocked, or this guy's not blocked, or this guy's not blocked, or nobody blocks. And this guy runs into a wall and gets tackled back here, and we call that a sad face. Brought to you by Cole. So if this is terrible, it's his fault. Back to the game.
And that is the core board as we are there we go, bouncing back and forth here.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to erase that play. I don't know if everybody liked it, but I did. Now, did you follow what I drew? I don't know. But basically, long story short, you're putting 6 guys in the box on offense. Get ready for 6 guys in the box on defense. And if the quarterback's handing it off, that means there's, count it, 4 guys to block, 6 guys, and count it, that's 2 guys that are free to tackle your runner.
And who do you put at number 4 on the core board?
Ooh. So here is where we are in the top 10. The top 10. Well, it's neither of these teams, so sorry, guys. We're going to interrupt your game to talk about the top teams in the league as G. Hurd takes to the outside. And, yeah. So we're going to boo-doo-doop. The 4 spot is interesting because what do we say? Are we going to say that the undefeated Chaos deserve the 4 spot? And we'll talk about it on the 3-on-1 coming up this week. Drops Friday. We're going to likely record it Tuesday, so all these things will be fresh in our mind. But do we say the undefeated Chaos are the 4 team, Matt? Or do we say that the Insomniacs, which in probably the best loss of the season, to Sickwit in a game that if they get the ball back, in my opinion, they win that game. Are they better than the Chaos, even though they have the loss on their record? Because last year they beat them head-to-head. They face a lot tougher competition.
See, because then you can make that same argument for the U.
You could.
You could shoot them the same amount of bail.
Let's focus specifically on the 4 spot for all 3 of those teams. You, Chaos, Insomniacs. Because in my opinion, when you break it down, Chaos haven't lost. And you always have to say that that's a great thing. Now, their toughest and tightest game was against the Heist, which was a 2-score game. So the Heist have proven to be a really good team. Check out this list for them appearing later. And we'll see what the Ohio division really kind of improves in the second season. Talking to their offensive lineman today a little bit on Facebook, Jonathan Clark, he has submitted that they run Ohio. And absolutely true. Jonathan Clark is the offensive lineman for the Chaos, and it's, season 10 is Thick Boy season. Here's Darnell Richardson. Has a man!
Ooh, what a defensive stop!
Great defensive play there. You see the recovery speed, Matt. That's one of those very important. Now, sometimes the recovery speed is because the quarterback kind of like slightly underthrows it.
That's how fat announcers win 40-yard dashes.
Recovery speed. Also the cleats.
Well, yeah, the first time.
Oh, the first time?
Yeah, the first time.
Yeah, second time was...
I blew my knee out, bro.
It was like the stars in game.
It's the story of champions. Guys, it's the story of champions. That's what the documentary is.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Yep, exactly.
Run, Matt, run. The story of champions. All right. So as my eyes are bouncing back and forth like a Disney sing along, the little ball in Disney sing along. The 4th spot, to me, guys, it's got to be Insomniacs.
Okay.
I love what the Chaos are doing, and in my opinion, the Chaos deserve the spot based on merit this season. But when I'm just writing this list on the core board, I'm going to be honest with the fans. I think that the Insomniacs are a better team.
So you would go Insomniacs 4.
Yes, I would. And then
you would get 5. You would be 5.
Let's get real spicy. Insomniacs, boom, 4. Okay. Now is what you said. If we go by record, Chaos would be 4. So since now we've broken that paradigm and we're sitting here looking at this 10, everybody look at it. Bang. The 5 spot, if we break the paradigm and the Insomniacs are 4, Matt, you said it. What does that mean for number 5?
That would be the Patterson U.
Because in my opinion, and no disrespect to the Chaos, who have had a great season, they've had a great, really, existence so far early in their A7FL existence, right? Ohio champs back-to-back and look to be such the class of Ohio that when they face teams, it's more of like a Boise State type of situation. How much are they going to win by in the Mountain West than it is, any other division of, football where the games get a little bit more competitive because of the rivalries that form. Now, shout out to the Heist that kept it relatively close, but the Chaos blow everybody out. But I think the U head-to-head would beat the Chaos, and I would argue that there's very few people that are not members and on the actual roster of the Chaos that would disagree with me. Am I that far out of bounds?
I wouldn't say so.
Rob's going to be mad that we go away from it because then we have to have opinion, right? Because he loves to stick to the numbers. If you're undefeated, you're undefeated. But unfortunately, oh no, I'm going to make some enemies out in Ohio. But they know what it is. They're here to earn their spot.
Marcel Bates asking, Corey, who did Florida play? Well,
Florida played Florida, so that's a great question from a great guy. Marcel Bates, you are one of the legends in this league, and your content is always well thought and intelligent. What are you talking? Who did Florida play? What do you mean? Who did the Florida Nightcrawlers play? They went to the championship. They played the Watchmen, which beat the U last year, to be clear. My guy, I love you, Marcel Bates, but they beat the Watchmen, which beat the U last year. So I don't know what you're talking about.
My guy before he starts.
Yeah, no, that's when you hear someone you either hear the term "I love blank" or "I love my guy" or "my guy blank."
It's like no disrespect, but after
I know, but it's just like
copious amounts of disrespect. So when I say my guy, there's copious amounts of not being.
Oh my God! Oh my goodness! Oh my slip! Slide! Jaden Webb slinging 6 touchdown!
If you're going to throw a ball anywhere near Jaden Webb, the stick-em on his gloves is going to make sure that he catches it, and the speed of his cleats is going to take it into whichever end zone is in front of whichever direction he's facing. So if Deion Fox is going to throw it his way, then he's going to catch it from the opposing quarterback. That's a big play from the Force as we're talking about them rounding out this list likely. Hopefully they make the list. Maybe they could jump up on this list based on what we see watching them live. No, I don't think so. So the U, Marcel Bates. Wow, we missed a lot of these comments.
That's the other chat. That's the other chat. That's the other chat.
Okay.
The same 2 teams this year. So
whatever. He's great at creating content. By the way, every single time he invokes his presence into the content, it's very, very thoughtful. As in the comment section that we see here. But Bates,
I just live here.
The Nightcrawlers went and beat the Watchmen last year with basically the same roster that they have this year. The Watchmen, they beat the U last year. So whatever. This year, I think the Nightcrawlers, the way that it lines up, correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, the actual matchup might be Marcel Bates, Nightcrawlers U. So who cares who they face? They might face the U. And obviously we have respect for the U and what they did in the offseason, what they are doing this year. And that's why, boom, number 5. So that means that who would be number 6 then?
Well, that would be the Chaos.
And they're feeling chaotic.
And now this is the part that gets interesting, the 7 through 10 spot.
So let's put up on our little teams left bubble. I'm really
Marcel Bates, you saying the same thing last year. Well, the Nightcrawlers made it to the championship last year.
Exactly. So again, great content, Marcel Bates. So who is left? Animals.
This is getting very Kornacki.
Heist.
Yes.
Watchmen.
Dem Forces.
Dem Forces. It's spelled with an S actually when you spell it like that, right? Forces. And then who do we throw in as like the other team? Nobody. Okay. So Animals, Heist, Watchmen, Dem Forces in no specific order. And I think this is what we do. There's your little bubble here. Let me do the circle around the bubble. This is why they broke my telestrator. Thanks, Dave Valley. Right? I could just write yellow all over the screen, but whatever. So then what we do is 7, 8, 9, 10. We look at Animals, Heist, Watchmen, Falses. Now, if we already broke the paradigm on the the record and the amount of losses, that takes the Heist just immediately jumping to 7 out. So let's put it this way. Matt, I think I'm going to agree with you. Who's the best team left on this list based on talent and what they're going to do in
that'd be the Watchmen.
I would 100% agree that you should hashtag watch this because we'll actually be able to watch that
on June 2nd.
June 2nd. Now this is when it gets tricky because with the Heist, we're going to cross the Watchmen, off this list. Now, the Heist have only lost one game, and it's up against one of the top teams in the league, right?
Yeah.
I would argue the best game from the Animals this season is their loss to the U. Their wins are Renegades Week 1.
Mm-hmm.
It was a game until the final drive. They beat the Buzz in what was... we want to see the film, and it sounded like a
top 5 A7 game.
Will Franklin loved the game. It was a 50-44 game against the Buzz, which are the Buzz, and they're not on this list. So that it sounds great because it could have been an all-time great performance from some of those playmakers from the Animals.
Somebody's going. Goodbye.
And Darnell Richardson.
That is deep. Intercepted again. Oh no, they'll say it hit the ground.
And a double-covered Savion Cunningham does get the step on the defenders. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is a really tough throw.
Wildest throw I have seen.
Well, it's a really tough throw. If he extends that throw 6 yards further into the defense, because the thing is you have zero clue how fast Savion Cunningham is until you try to outthrow him. It's impossible. I've tried to do it with my Chad Pennington arm. It's absolutely impossible, except for the 4 times that I did it in the goddamn. Oh man, that game, man. Anyway, shout outs to Nathan Dever, but. If he throws that 6 yards more, Savion's walking in for a touchdown. Now, that was already a 60-something yard pass.
Yeah, that was.
So we're not. This is no disrespect to Darnell Richardson, but you have to give credit for the corner's recovery speed and locating the ball when you turn your head to get your hands on the ball. Savion's a really tough guy to cover, but when you only give him that much of a window, it's not it has nothing to do with Savion at that point or how good he is. If the window's that small, it's on the quarterback. And you try threading the ball 65 yards down the field in a window that tight. 1st and 5. Looks like an offsides penalty.
I'm inviting the Vegas guys to come to the party.
Oh, no! Oh, no.
He lit him up like a candle below a smoke detector.
Now that I see him, that actually might not be Yodi Mack. They both have that same similar haircut, but that might be the other guy. My bad. But either way,
yeah. Let's go back to the list real quick. So
hashtag watch this at 7.
Let's review. Number 1 is the BIC. Number 2 is Sick With It. Number 3 are the Nightcrawlers. Number 4 the Insomniacs. 5 the U. 6 the Chaos. 7 the Watchmen. And out of the 3 teams we have left, it's the Animals, the Heist, and the Force.
Dem Forces. So listen, this is how I would break this down. Animals, one of our favorite team, Dan Giesling loves the Animals. Shout outs to Creative Sports Network star Dan Giesling. They have a more quality loss than they have any quality wins. They beat the Renegades, they beat the Buzz, and they beat the Snow Trap. No disrespect to my friends that I play with on the Renegades. That was a close game for the Animals. According to fans, if that game is called correctly by the refs, it could have even been a completely different start to the season for the Animals. Then you have the Buzz victory, which Will Franklin, head referee, says is one of the greatest games of all time. But the Buzz have one victory this season. And the Animals then also beat Snow Trap.
The Explorers beat the Crush 34-12.
Shout out to the Explorers. The Crush had 2 wins on the season already, right?
Huh.
The Explorers were winless. That's their first.
Yeah, that's their first win in team history.
Yeah, they have more victories than I do. In the last 2 seasons than 1. Jeez. I'm having a bad time, guys. Pray for your boy. But back to telling people that they're ass with 0 wins on the season. Matt, for this 8 spot on this top 10, my argument would be that the Heist have a better resume and, in my opinion, have a good chance to potentially beat the Animals. Because for all you could say about the Animals, look at their record. It's not really that good compared to the Heists, which is 6-1, I believe, 5-1. But also, the losses the Animals have, one of them is a mercy rule to BIC. Even the Renegades went 4 quarters with BIC. Now, Snow Trap didn't. But to get mercied when you have a chance to really solidify your place in the division, I was disappointed. As here's G Hurd just running forward. Good job, G Hurd. OTT's not on this list, I guess. But for me, Matt, Cole, I would say that 8 spot is the Heist. What do you guys think?
Well, Matt is doing something else right now. Me personally, you're saying Heist right in the 8 spot? I agree with that, actually.
Yeah, Heist have 1 loss.
They have 1 loss, and it's to the Chaos. Who
Quality loss.
The Chaos have
dominate every other opponent. Yeah, and the Heist dog walk every other team.
Win that game for a lot longer than that final score.
Exactly. Matt, 8 Heist thoughts.
Yeah, I'd put the Heist there.
Heisty. We're gonna say.
If you want to know my 8, 9, 10, I can give you my 8, 9, 10 right now.
Hold on. This thing's long. So I wrote there, George Clooney featuring Brad Pitt, Matt Damon, etc. So the Heist is out.
That's such a long way to go for that joke. Such a long way to go for that joke.
And I was going to keep going, but I don't have time to put all of the stars.
Well, I know what
that are
I'm
in those
doing
movies.
after you guys leave.
I should put Julia Roberts.
Yeah, or at least Catherine Zeta-Jones. Also, Zach Morgan is wondering why the Force are spelt that way.
Dem Forces. You don't know. You don't get the show.
It's just the phonetic version of
you
that.
don't get the show. How do you not get the show?
We've really turned this into a podcast.
Animals and Force for the 9 spot?
Absolutely 100% has to be
Animals.
Thank you.
And if you disagree with the core board, well, that's your problem.
Brought to you by Cole.
That's brought to you by Cole.
All right, this is my best. Nope, we're erasing that.
That doesn't make it okay. It's Zach's birthday, so you got to write it. You got to write it correctly.
Yep.
You got to write it correctly.
Yep. I'll change the forces for the.
Is this the dumbest thing we've ever done? No. I feel like
we mentioned one of the dumbest things we've ever
that's
done.
True. Early. That is the dumbest thing.
And by the way,
is this the dumbest thing we've done that's worked? Yes. That's up there.
Listen, the dumbest thing we ever did was the race. It was by far probably one of my favorite moments of all time.
You know what? Should we play it?
Does that? Yes. First of all. Second of all, does that mean that we just have to keep doing more dumb stuff because it works?
I guess.
It hasn't.
Cole, thoughts?
Statistically, when we do dumb stuff, it's worked more often than it's not.
Now this is the ultimate. This is the ultimate test. Did the calling the podcast from Cole's ultimate frisbee game? Did that work?
I don't know. Oh no.
I think it worked.
Oh no. Here, I heard someone's called the studio.
Speaking of, we're just gonna go fully off the rails, and I'm gonna make another call as well.
What's up?
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm making this complete.
You're good.
But this is the.
Oh, you already said it.
We'll switch it back to the
3-on-1 podcast.
Yeah, we're gonna switch to
the 3-on-1 Gamecast.
Switch back to the main screen. We're gonna put football back up.
Okay, I will tell him. Okay, I will tell him. Okay, all right. Okay, bye-bye.
The throw by Richardson. Intercepted again!
Oh my goodness.
With 5 seconds, he tries to keep it in bounds, but cannot. Yeah, no, the clock will reset. They'll try to call him out of bounds.
So that's more interceptions from Darnell Richardson in this game than I threw when I was out in Vegas in 2 games against a team that was known as the Dream Team. So that's interesting. Darnell Richardson has never been critical of my game and has always been completely polite whenever speaking directly to me, which is weird because I always disrespect him, right? I've never said that he's one of the best quarterbacks I've seen.
Never.
So, Jaden Webb, Hail Mary?
I mean, you're going to have to ask Deion Fox to throw the ball, and I think he'd rather just run back and forth against this OTT defense, which uses their fingertips. I mean, that's fun, but when
birds.
When OTT, shout outs to the Pigeons. And here's the throw
to the end zone. Come on,
Cole Gardella with his first Tony Gardella Romo.
And
Jaden
now there's still
Webb.
3 seconds left in the half.
And Savion Cunningham could actually score. Here's the great thing about the A7FL.
Was that audible when I said that?
No, but I will give Cole credit. That is 100% basically a Hail Mary to Jaden Webb from Deion Fox, one of his best throws that I've seen him ever make. Because if that throw is thrown earlier in the game to Savion Cunningham on the time he was double covered and the wide receiver is able to catch it in stride like Jaden Webb did, that's 100% a touchdown for OTT. So shout outs to Deion Fox. What a great throw to basically end the half there for the Forces.
And it is the end of the first half. Your score 26-0. And I reached out to the Nevada guys to see if they want to give us a call at halftime.
Oh, I was audible.
You can't hear it on your mic. Couldn't hear it.
He's listening to us while listening to us and calling it with us.
Going for the extra point, and that is in there. It is 27-0 at the end of 30 minutes of football, Corey.
And the Force have proven to be not only a rightfully placed member on this list, but if they're going to be able to execute the way that they are on offense against the other teams in the league, which is kind of the big if, they're definitely going to be a team to watch, a force, if you will, in the West Coast playoffs.
And at the end of one half, it's 27-0. Force leading the OTT. And we'll cut back to
the scoreboard.
We'll cut back to us for a second.
The scoreboard.
Yeah, but
so let's put it to the fans, because I know everybody's in the chat and they usually agree 100% of the time with things that I say, and they've never said that Matt's energy level is
too much.
Well, usually they say that with kindness, Matt, continue to scream. I like it. See, I'm getting real combative with this chat, so usually when you're
all right, so
can the voice above, our friends up here somehow,
we're asking a lot from it.
Boom. We're prepared to show you one of the greatest moments in the history of our league.
Yes.
I'm going to put the scoreboard down. So, fans, we'd like to hear your top 10. And if you'd like to, you can type it in each 1 through 10 in an individual comment to get those comment numbers up. See? I'm sneaky there.
We're asking a lot from a team that couldn't
feast your eyes.
All right. So
look at the closing speed.
Oh, yeah. I beat him. I beat him. I beat him. I beat him.
And you know what? The refs said it was a tie. And as a lesson to everyone in this league, the announcer, when the refs say a clear win is a tie, does not complain.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Press the NOS button.
There it is. There it is. I beat him across the line.
This is elite athleticism
it.
at its finest.
I did it.
And if you peep the shoes, he is wearing cleats.
I am wearing cleats.
A Nightcrawler and a Wolf logo. I would know because look at the blur.
And yeah, they're wearing on the slow-mo. Here's the slow-mo.
Is this the second one? This is the first?
No, this is the first one, the replay. This is I literally cut this right now during the podcast.
Wow.
Oh, and yeah, this is literally the live footage of that.
Oh, we're talking raw footage.
This is the live podcast footage. So,
oh my goshness.
This is the first time I've really watched it in full. What? I've cut it for clips.
What? You know how many times you're talking about the raw footage. So is this the second or this is the first again?
This is the first again.
Okay, so the first, by the way.
So
start. Yeah. Obviously cheating.
Yeah, he got off the line before I did. And that's around is that the 20?
It's far for both of you.
Yeah, it's too much. And my knee, you can see just straight legging it. Straight legging it. Straight legging it. And I'm right there, across the line first. Oh, that is the clearest it's ever been.
And obvious. The ref got it wrong.
What a
Will
rib.
Franklin.
Wow, Will.
But
be your own people.
To be the example that you are, to be the knight in shining armor in this wasteland of an A7FL with people complaining about refs every week. What did Matt Ryan, the pure athlete, do? The leader, the example. What did he do after the tie was called wrongfully?
I walked right back to the line.
Did he object? Did he throw a temper tantrum? The answer to those questions is obvious no.
Bro.
He went right back to the 40.
I was so mad, bro.
And with the rage filled throughout his entire being, some would say his aura was beginning to bubble into a Super Saiyan situation.
Like that, my knee popped.
And there's an actual personal trainer there bent over in the region working on the knee.
Like you can see it in my kneecap. Oh, you heard that, right?
Yeah, and Steve Ashmore does, he does camera work, so he was touching Casey's shoulders, which was probably a mistake.
He was hyping him up.
No, now you got to wash. You got to wash those hands. But from the 40, what? I mean, look, guys sweat.
It was around
COVID.
It was 145 degrees that day. I changed clothes.
Steve definitely washed his hands.
I changed for the race.
Look, he's wiping them. Look, he's wiping it.
Is he?
He wanted to race somebody so bad. He kept asking
wanted
me to race.
run
I was like,
so
listen,
bad.
Bro. Nah. All right.
And you can see me just okay, am I bracing off the right knee here?
It's round 2. Yeah, give us the inside take. What's going
I'm just
through Matt Ryan,
my knee's killing me. I have to beat him. I cannot beat him.
And I love the frame in frame because you could see that you literally have not, I think, gotten your haircut since.
No, I have not. I
sold out. Look at my hair.
Okay, that time I start better.
Let's go.
And then he starts to catch. Oh, no! And then you see my knee again locked up, but I just pushed through it.
Don't. And that is the spring in the step. Well, who the heck is that long-haired idiot?
I just was so, and just, here we go again.
That's just pure grit and determination. We're talking about a dislocated knee, and all KC has to do is not that. But also the athleticism and flexibility of KC to pull this move off. Let's look. He just did, whoa, my goodness. Near scorpion level.
No need to bury the man.
Well, he's already in the ground. Sorry, man. I come on. That was a well-placed joke. I mean, come on.
I was so mad.
By the way, you promoted the game. You said this is the A7FL. If fans got excited for that, they were almost
And I was like, why are we still
Nightcrawlers.
podcasting now? Why are we not done?
I said I'll try, and I was waiting for other people to say I'll try.
It was so unnecessary.
Wow.
I know, it was unnecessary.
Yeah, I don't want them to race. That's the climax. That's the
All right,
end.
and this is the first race again.
Let's just do it again.
No. Why?
No, the replay.
Oh, okay.
By the way, Cameron is still calling you out for a race. My 12-year-old daughter is looking.
She wins by proxy. She wins by proxy.
Yeah, but you know her. She's about the competition. She's just trying to smoke.
I hate my stride in that first race because I knew my knee popped.
Well, KC knew that he tied, so he got real hyped. You know what? He actually was celebrating the fact that his feet finished across the finish line, still with the soles down. On camera, the talk was, and talking with Derek Duncan on a podcast leading up to this, was that he was actually taking KC to the gym to work.
They were
on
doing
this.
like training sessions and stuff, and like
remember we did the 40 time. We timed your 40.
Yeah.
We did it one time. And then I ran a great 40 time. Everybody didn't believe it, and then Zach raced me and then smoked me. Shout outs to Zach.
And
you smoked me too.
He starts before me. And I don't know if it's because my knee gave out or he jumped the gun.
Oh, he clearly wasn't cheating at all, getting a head start of epic proportions. There was nothing, oh no.
They're literally
oh no.
It's actually insane.
I mean, what happens to a human's body? This is the first one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to just let you guys talk on this one. I'm going to save I'm going to save all of the energy that I have left staying up with this baby Hudson Briggs for the second one.
How stride for stride they were?
No, but if you look at it, Matt has that nos burst of just pure grit and will to win.
He thinks one of them's hitting him.
I mean, these are two experienced runners. They stayed straight in line with their lane. I think Will just wanted to make those guys race again. Shout outs to Will.
Will would do that. That would be a thing. That would be a thing that happens. But yeah, I just Cole and Zach were tied when they raced, but he had a slight edge. But this was almost a year ago. Yeah. That's wild to me.
This was July 21st. This was Friday night.
Yeah.
Well, and just documenting it this way with this detail. You just see the journey of an elite athlete. When stop. You should have just let me finish.
I couldn't.
But most often athletics becomes endearing to the public because it represents the will to win, right? The reason people root for Michael Jordan more than they do for other guys is because of that, right?
Yeah,
he was the will to win guy. He was the no one can stop me guy. This demonstrates it with all of the lead up of how this man, Casey Cox, in the beige t-shirt or gray or it used to be white, whatever, that he could run a sub 5 second 40. And the audacity of that statement. For Matt
dragged me.
That's what I was about to
this.
say. For Matt to stand behind my enraged words because I said no way, and obviously he wouldn't race me. So I said, there's no way you run a sub 5 second 40. Running 4.9, doop, 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 doop. Running a 4.9 40 is lightning fast. Now, did you guys break 5? No, neither one of you did. But you broke the internet. That's all we need to talk about. This is pure A7 right here.
Oh, that was just.
Let's watch it one more time. And what happens?
And like
what happens?
It looks like he's trying to get inside.
It looks like he's playing flag football. You know how those guys, they get low and they do that hip movement in flag football?
Because like
Vegas is all about the flag. Oh my goodness, this is gymnast worthy planting on the ground.
So I wanna look at it again because I'm trying to figure out why he fell.
Let's doctor this. Let's do medical doctor this.
There it
what
is.
ligaments
and
snap?
It's he skids his foot.
What? I still don't understand it.
Watch his right leg.
I think that after this, we should run it back and really look at it even closer.
Like he skidded and then he just couldn't gain momentum again.
Listen. It's right here.
And,
it's right here. It's right here.
Yep.
And what something just did someone like pull a plug or did
no?
I
think
reset?
Like he tried to get inside. Like did he try to get inside me? Not inside my leg. Like try to get the inside foot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a straight line. So did he? I don't know. The face on Derek Duncan says it all.
I'm a champion.
The face on Matt Ryan says it all right there.
And we're back. I'm assuming that was the 3-on-1.
Matt Ryan ran one back. They counted that as the 6.
That was a quick half.
Here's
too much weight
Hurd.
shifting.
G Hurd. Well, it is the shift. Oh! And he scores.
So it makes it a 27-8 game to start off the third quarter. The OTT utilizing the untimed down. I was talking about in the first half how good they were at stopping the 3-on-1s, and now I look stupid.
Well, we didn't see it. So did it happen?
That's my fault.
Did it happen? If we didn't see it, did it happen?
But as we look at the action here, 27-8, what do we think, Corey, of this Vegas Force team?
Well, I like this Vegas Force team. I like the type of culture that they're looking to build. I like that. I know that behind the scenes they've made tough decisions in letting guys go that have the elite level talent you want on a team because there isn't the commitment to the kind of the culture and the way that they want to build. Now, some might make the argument that that's a little bit of hard-headed in a league like the A7FL, but when you set that kind of tone, it allows for a foundation that you can build the right way. And to me, what the Force represent is kind of a team that's building to become great, as opposed to a team like the Insomniacs, and no disrespect to the Insomniacs, that were built to just be great.
And Webb trying to do the same in kind, but will be brought down to the 26.
That's a great open field tackle. A lot of times Webb is going to make that move and get a lot of space, but you see there, OTT able to stop him. But last time we saw De'Aaron Fox, he showcased the arm a little bit. Now on 1st and 10, you know, in this situation, a lot of times though, Coach Mack will always do the old school football coach thing, in which, you know, he's going to go back to running the ball, churning the clock out, winning the game, you know, going into that 4-minute offense, trying to, you know, get the clock down. And you see No in the backfield, no stranger to running with a little weight shifting. And here's play action.
Off the screen to Webb, and that will be out of reach, and it will be second down.
Yeah, he goes for the play action and then the quick screen option. OTT, and it looks like Savion Cunningham was the cornerback out there, but OTT giving Webb a huge cushion after letting up the touchdown on the go route to end the half. But, you know, just a miss opportunity from the Force as they miss the throw, actually kind of pretty badly, and bring up second down.
And it will be the Force moving the ball down the field. The Crush falling to the Explorers today. In the shotgun. That's a big win for the Explorers. No. Kind of just slept-walked through that carry a bit, didn't he?
I mean, a guy that big, you're going to have to commit to tackling him. And one thing that I will say over and over and again about the OTT defense is they are not willing to put their body on the line to stop another human being from gaining football yardage. And if that's the case, it doesn't matter how great their offense gets. It doesn't matter how great Savion Cunningham is at returns. If they cannot tackle, they will not be a successful team in this league.
First down for the Force. OTT sending for the quarterback. Fox will keep it. He'll cut to the sideline at the top of your screen. Fox slips, slides, gets past the defenders. Knocked out a play inside the 10.
Now, that's as basic offense as it gets. They go with no on the previous play with just a simple handoff to the middle of the field, gains 12 yardage. Well, OTT obviously has to respond by that, and they pinch on the dive fake. Looked like a read option from Fox, and once he hits the open field, there's not even a defender within 15 yards of him. Credit to OTT for making the play inside the 10-yard line to finally push him out of bounds to save the touchdown. But again, that's that defensive lack of effectiveness that has plagued OTT as long as they've existed.
And it will be with 12:40 and counting, the Force on first down inside the 10-yard line. Ball set up at the 8. Little bit of a disco cam and waiting for an opportunity is Fox. De'Aaron Fox will just keep it into the end zone. Touchdown. Oh, ball knocked loose. Does he get in there? And
no, they're going to call him down by progress.
Wow.
At the 1. So
making the Force work for that touchdown.
Yeah, well, not a great tackle because you're still using your fingertips to make the tackle, but credit the effort there once they did get their hands on him at the 1, keeping a big guy in De'Aaron Fox from getting it across the goal line. Now, it'll be second and goal, and likely, surprise, surprise, when you have no in the backfield, not real difficult to figure out what the play call is.
A handoff to no, and no equals yes for 6, and it will be a bigger lead for the Force as they get into the 30 club.
But you see what I'm talking about, Matt? When you see OTT play defense, you see 0 shoulder tackles. Not one. Not even an attempt at a shoulder tackle. They're using their arms, their fingertips, and their pinkies to try to stop 260
bless you
pounds of no, and that's just not going to do it. Who's that? Shout out to former OTT guy Jack Boy, number 8. I played with him on OTT. Oh, St. Patrick.
No, good. Tried to seat himself with a glass of Cabernet Sauvignon.
And that's one of the criticisms we have of Fox is when he needs to just be precise and accurate on the short passing game, something is always off, whether it's his arm angle or his footwork, and the low pass, which should have been caught, that's sometimes the difference between the points you need on the championship points and an incompletion like we saw there.
33-8 your score. Matt and Corey here with you on a very chill and somewhat chilly evening here in New Jersey.
Yeah, we just chilling in here.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I put the wrong thing back up. I didn't
Is this
mean
the second one or the first?
It's the first. It's replaying the file again. It's just replaying
the first
the
one
file again.
Well, sometimes we need a break.
Oh, we're going to a 3-on-1. There we go.
No, Savion. Oh, no, that's not Savion Cunningham.
It's not, but it gets him to the 34. Not bad starting position.
OTT has speed. That's
the one thing that team continues to find in any.
Yeah, they find guys that want to play wide receiver.
Yeah.
It's just they don't have guys that want to play safety, linebacker, or defensive end. And if you've seen successful teams in this league, it can be. Shout-outs to Jeremiah Branch. Shout-outs to Jace, my guy.
Hey, I've been wanting ribs
Oh, yeah, his posts make me hungry every time.
Yeah, every time that man shows off that he's got ribs to sell.
And he's given me the literal invitation to the cookout. It's just like, I got to get on a plane to it.
Yeah. I don't like flying. I hate flying. It's more so just like the everything about flying. I don't like airports. And I don't like just sitting in basically a bus seat for 3 hours.
Speaking of bus, G. Hurd at quarterback. Oh, they go reverse.
To the outside, and
the force attack the
force defense makes it look like the Spice Channel in the 90s, and it will be second down.
All these kids are like, Spice Channel? Wait, channels? What is a channel? What is cable?
What's the mercy number again?
42 points.
Okay, so you got to win. Okay.
I mean, they got plenty of time.
Yeah, no, I know.
Teams making quick work of their opponents this A7FL Sunday. Shout-outs to Sick With It, taking care of business against the Pitbulls. So shout-outs to Pitbulls is actually going full 4 quarters against them. Ish. I don't know. We didn't watch that game. We just saw the final.
No, I think it ended at after 3.
Yeah, I guess it was just they just were like no mas at that point, right? And then the Nightcrawler. Here's G. Hurd.
G. Hurd. Huffing. Finds a way to get past the defenders, moves great laterally, but vertically finds his way out of play, and it will be third down.
There is a penalty flag on the field, so maybe the toughness of G. Hurd will bail them out because, look, you got to really commit to taking a guy like G. Hurd down, and it's going to be a penalty on the force.
Not what you want when... Well, it's what you want when you're the OTT. If you're the force looking to really create an impression on defense and get a big stop, not really what you want. You do not want to give the OTT opportunities to move the ball downfield.
Wait, I just checked this scoreboard.
Uh-huh.
And it looks like our guy Cole Gardella dictated specifically him calling the Jaden Webb touchdown. The scoreboard brought to you by Cole. Force gets ball back with 3 seconds. Then Cole says, "So, Jaden Webb, Hail Mary, question mark? Corey, I don't know. You're asking Deion Fox to make a throw. He'd rather run it. Fox throws dot to Webb for a TV. Corey's face. Emoji." That's pretty accurate.
That's pretty accurate. I'm
going to give him an A for taking over the scoreboard.
Yeah.
But here's Darnell Richardson on the throw.
And that one is thrown a little too far.
Now, that's a tough throw. Everybody's going to be like, oh, he's wide open. You go do it, bro. You couldn't. You definitely couldn't.
Well,
and whoever you are, bro,
issue,
unless you're Huff, unless you're Sterry,
but here's the issue with calls like that.
Go ahead.
When you're yelling, why couldn't you make that throw? It's like the mathematical improbability of making a play like that in such a small window. When you have
that window is actually kind of wide open. If you look at the replay, and we're not going to, but if you look at the replay, Savion Cunningham has plenty of room in front of him. All you have to do with a guy with that speed is kind of put him on an angle away from the defenders, and he'll kind of track the ball and kind of cut to it. But at the end of the day, Darnell Richardson has just been inaccurate the entire game with pressure in his face, and that's why OTT seems to not be able to complete a pass. Again, inaccuracy with pressure in his face.
And he kind of just flings it. Like, he didn't get a chance to set himself up. He just saw that pressure was coming.
When we were getting to know Darnell, he was playing with the Kryptonite in the fall when they came to the field with a lot of the better players that make up the Insomniacs roster now.
Mm-hmm.
RTC, Schwenk, I believe. No was on the gold. But Knox, the Vegas manager, was on that Kryptonite team. And they had Jahan Burrell, the Cheetah, was on that team. Scott Hamilton was playing tight end and lineman. Darnell Richardson had the better team. And when he had the better team, he was smiling, running around, making people miss against worse teams. He was one of the better quarterbacks in the league. Now, he's got to do a lot himself, and it seems like he just doesn't have it.
Flag again. And it looked like a player was literally swimming on the turf.
Now in 2 games, I had 2 touchdowns, 3 were dropped. I had 3 interceptions.
And I apologize for the mishandling of the mic. I had a hand cramp, and I was trying to readjust my hand, so I apologize.
You get this A7FL cast, and you love it. You get nothing in liking.
But also, I ordered new mic stands, and I get told last night, "Sorry, you're delayed for 2 days." And I'm like,
and look at the kind of
good, fun.
Look at the kind of team member you are.
Fun.
Who gets the mic stand? My dumbass.
Even though it would make more sense for me to hold it, even though up until now I was being able to hold the mic very well without making so much movement to where it'd be noisy. But it will be 4th down in the OTT. We'll throw it off.
Hey, you get what you get, and you don't get upset.
For some reason, a play that is thrown inbounds.
Who is that? Is that Branch?
No, I don't think so.
Are you sure?
I'm not.
If it's 34, that's Jeremiah Branch on the return. No, that's not him.
No, it's not him.
All right. That's a big guy. It's a big return. Not a lot of yards, but certainly a big return.
I guess that's why they thought
that's no-no. That's no-no.
But then to that point, why are you letting it be returnable anyway?
Yeah,
even if it's a slower guy,
it's poor execution. A lot of people are playing this league and they're doing their best. And if you still don't know that rule, that's one of the first rules you should figure out. Just watch one Northeast game and stop claiming like Vegas is the only team and the only job in town. If they learned that, they could have potentially pinned the Force inside their 20. Now it's first 10 from 35.
The snap, the handoff, and met at the line of scrimmage and then sent out near the sticks. It'll be 2nd down.
Pretty good stop. Another arm tackle. Brings up 2nd down. Let's put it this way to the gentleman joining me here in Matt's apartment. I'm Corey Hammond alongside Matt Ryan and
Hello.
Cole Gardella doing stats, sending texts, liking tweets or whatever people do. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to see the Force in a crossover game like they had when they beat the Snow Tribe and then got spanked by BSC in their initial Vegas year. But now that we've seen them, now we kind of get who they are, what they can do. Deep pass, Jack Boy.
Out of reach of the receiver, and it will be 3rd down.
That dude, number 8, that's a dude I played with on my OTT roster. He can jump out the building. They call him Jackrabbit because he's got hops, but just misses him there on the play. Deion Fox misses him on the go route. But Matt, Cole, we see the Force. They're number 10 on our top 10 list. What teams do you think they could beat and or compete with in the national kind of grand scheme of things? What are some of the teams that you think that they match up well against?
The OTT?
No, not OTT.
I think the Force and the Animals would be a fun game as we see Fox drop back and off the hands of the receiver. I feel like the Heist and the Chaos would be really interesting games. I'd love to see them take on the Orlando Ghosts, because I want to see the big bodies of that running game go up against that Force defense and see how those two teams suss out, especially when you have Joey Bate and you have Woody Nash-Charles on that team, and you have the bigger bodies, and it matches a little bit of what the Force do in terms of a running game, even though you have Deion Fox, a quarterback who's obviously more athletic than the current option at Ghost quarterback. It feels like that would be a really fun matchup.
I would kind of want to see the Force play the Octane.
That would be fun. I feel like the Octane would lose. No, I like a fully healthy Octane against a fully healthy Force.
I think that's
would be an interesting level set for Indianapolis. Because the Force were the first division champions. The Force were the team that kind of set the standard for other divisions outside of the Northeast and Florida. They kind of set that paradigm. And for Indianapolis to face a team like that has played on the road, that has played in big games and big situations, that's an intriguing matchup to me. It's not an insult to the Force. It's that the Force act as somewhat of a gatekeeper for that level of the A7FL.
Well, they've guarded the 10 spot for the vast majority of this season. No, how many weeks have they been in the 10 spot? Like 4 or something?
Give or take, yeah.
A lot. Who else has had that spot?
Teams that had it and then lost
Octane had it, right?
Octane have had it. The Heist have had it.
OTT had it the 1 week.
OTT have had it.
Oh, we gave it to them?
We gave it to OTT when they were 2-0.
They won the fan vote once.
Yeah, they won the fan vote.
That's right. Well, it's been a long time since they made it. To me, I think one of the most interesting matchups, and Matt mentioned it, would be how we see the Vegas division versus the Ohio division, and seeing a team like the Force, which are clearly one of the teams that can compete in the national scale against teams like in the Insomniacs and Sick With It, but also where really do the Chaos fall? Now, we just did the whole thing when we did the core board, guys, where we said, and here's the pass to Savion, little bit of room, but he gets a first down. Force Chaos to me would be kind of that first test, because I think the Force clearly easily beat the Octane. No disrespect to the Octane. I actually like what they do. Shout outs to somebody said Temu, Trevor Lawrence, their quarterback, but I actually do like some of the things that they're able to do. It's actually relatively enjoyable to watch them in a game because it at least feels and looks like football. And they make pretty big plays here and there. I think they were outmatched today, obviously, by the Heist. Here's Darnell Richardson, pump fakes.
That's a pick.
That's another interception from Darnell Richardson. Smooth having a rocky day. And that's Jack Boy, former OTT corner wide receiver. Scored a touchdown while his former team's on offense, and I just told you he could leap. Shows the fans, shows the opposing team he just left. He's got the hops. Matt, you just missed it. Smooth, rough day at the office. Too many turnovers for OTT to stay in this one. And
They throw another pick six?
they threw another pick six. You can't even blame their defense at this point. Their offense is letting up just as many points.
That's just unnecessary.
So for me, to finish that point, I'd like to see what the Chaos could do against the Force, because credit the Chaos for taking care of business whenever they have to. And when they have a team in front of them, except for against the Insomniacs, they take care of business. But to me, they would match up with a team like the Force, and it would just be it would be very comforting if the Chaos were able to handle the Force, beat them, send them home, because then we could look at these divisions as a little bit closer than maybe they already are.
And the handoff on the extra point attempt, and that is just 3, 4, 5, about a dozen human beings on the back of that
do not
man.
Tackle OTT.
It is now 40-8.
All right, so when the other side of the ball gets their chance to have a podcast, and the next time they do the whole, Vegas is better than everybody thing, look at the defense that you just saw. This is not endemic of the Insomniacs.
That was 9 guys.
And it's a 7-on-7 league.
9 guys.
If you play defense with your fingertips, you are going to lose every game you play. Just ask the Renegades. No, I'm joking. That's my sadness leaking out. But OTT, if they want to compete against teams that aren't the gold, right? They lost to the Pit Bosses. If they want to compete against teams that aren't the gold, they better actually commit to playing man football. This is not flag. You cannot go out there and two-hand touch somebody and say that he's down. You have to take your shoulder, put it into another human being, wrap your arms around their body, pause, and bring him down to the ground. They have not done that once today, and that's why they're losing by such a terrible margin.
Denzel Daniels
it's
in the
embarrassing.
chat is saying, Corey, stop it.
I'm not talking about the Insomniacs, but Denzel, you play tackle football. I've seen you play that arena football, that championship weekend that we keep mentioning in this broadcast. And by the way, Denzel, thank you, number one, for serving your community, but also watching the correct broadcast. No, what I'm saying is
you really have to be a sicko to watch this broadcast.
In general, guys, the Vegas division does not tackle at the level of some of the more experienced divisions in this league. And I don't know about Ohio yet. I'm pretty sure I'm not correct. But this is not an issue with the Insomniacs.
No.
But Insomniacs sick. What was the score? Was that a defensive battle? No. Now, the offenses in Vegas are great. The offenses in Vegas are great, right? And that's not a serial.
And I believe it's the start of the fourth quarter. I'm sure.
I'm not going to get anybody fired. People that fire people on television are not my favorite people.
No.
Terrible people, actually, and should never be seen again. Send them somewhere packing. If you say you're fired, just go away. I don't know. That's too much. My bad. So Insomniacs, sick with it. 56-50 game. Now, we think that the Watchmen play defense, and they had a similar game against the Nightcrawlers last year.
Yes.
Great offenses are going to great offense.
Yes.
So that's not what I'm trying to say. But even at times, watch what the Force do. They got a lot of dudes that out there play defense.
My question
is that the Vegas division in general needs to play better defense.
What happened to the OTT team that people were talking about in the early weeks of the season? And I want to be hoisted on my own petard there on that run there on 1st and 10.
Well,
but the score's 40-8.
The food in the division teamed up with the other food, so there's less food.
Big Trey.
I don't know who specifically that is, Big Trey official, but when am I coming back to specifically Vegas or to OTT to don the purple and yellow jersey?
The handoff again.
It's a great question.
And I believe that's Yodi Mack on the carry, and he gets pushed back to the initial line of scrimmage and a little bit more. It'll be 2nd down after the initial gain, and they will give him about 4. They'll set him up at the 49-yard line.
And see what Zelly says in the chat. I agree with you, Corey. And I think that we actually mentioned this earlier in the broadcast. The perceived slight at the Vegas divisions. The perceived slight's not at the top teams.
No.
Especially by me, right? Now, I was calling out the Insomniacs for what looked like a lackadaisical efforts in some of their earlier games and was saying that Sick would be the team, and G Herd with a G Herd play, making G Herd things happen.
That should not have gone the way it went.
Oh, of course it should have went the way it went.
That broke in 15 different ways to where that should have ended at the line of scrimmage.
I don't know how the play call was. All right, you run that way, I run this way, and then people on the Force defense ran the way with the running back that didn't have the ball.
You run one way, he runs the other way. The defense is in the middle asking, "What do you want from me?"
I think there's subs in on the defensive side for the Dem Forces. Shout outs to them Forces. But
how do you? Oh, you mean substitutions?
Subs, yes. No, they call it hoagies out there.
The handoff, not what I was talking about. 1st down OTT.
Oh, you're talking about
12:38 left to go. In that,
Nope. That's NSFW, right?
Trey Tay asking, back on the field. You're a real field general out there.
Well, to the tune of 0 victories, but yeah, no, I
not all time.
Well, yeah, I was 500 until last year when I started with the Omegas.
Oh, whose fault is that?
What? You want me to retire? Why do you guys keep retiring me?
I don't want you to retire.
The fans want me on the field.
No, I'm not asking you to retire. I'm asking you to make better football decisions.
What? I'm not joining up with some of the top teams. I'm here to take them down. So to answer your question, my Renegades and myself, hopefully, I mean, they had a practice today, so they you saw what they did with Los against the Snow Tribe. I think they're trying to replace me. I don't know why. I was 13 for 21, 132 yards, right, Cole?
Which game?
Well, against Snow Tribe, I have better passing stats than Keels
Corey,
did all season. I'm getting spicy.
You know what we did today? We got paid to sit on my couch.
Your couch is a nice place to sit to get paid.
Yeah.
So I love calling games, but when do I get back on the field?
June 2nd.
June 2nd against BIC, not televised.
That Snow Tribe Nightcrawlers game is going to be so interesting.
Yes.
Snow Tribe Nightcrawlers is going to be an interesting game, right?
Snow Tribe Nightcrawlers is going to be a blowout of epic proportions. Ant Live, I think, is going to literally scream at every person on his roster, and they're going to cry because he's going to scream at them.
If they pick that off, I would have shut the stream down.
Yeah, well, it wasn't Darnell Richardson throwing it, so it was an incompletion, not an interception. What?
I didn't say anything.
No.
I'm here. I'm just here.
Well, it wasn't a mercy.
It's productive, though.
Listen, I got people saying we want Corey in the chat, and usually, unless it's like an angry mob outside your house, I'm down. What?
I'm not saying don't play football.
Man, you wanted me to be on BIC. Which,
yes, I want my friend to be successful and do successful things and go to places he's wanted.
The Renegades wanted me this year for most of the season.
Yep.
Here's G Hurd playing football. Or not playing football. Chest pass basketball.
It worked.
It always does with G Hurd.
It worked.
Not always, but always.
It's that thing of like that shouldn't. There's no the math doesn't make sense. It doesn't look like it should, but when it does, then you just go with the result, and that's kind of who G Hurd is as a quarterback. And we want to thank everybody for watching us here on A7FL.TV and the YouTube exclusive portion of our broadcast.
I'll still take it.
Just having some fun here on first down, 9:28 left to go. You can get a Corey Hammond jersey at a7fl.com/gear. The handoff.
Honestly, I'm going to need to get one myself.
Yeah, you keep ripping yours.
I don't rip it.
Well, yours keeps getting torn asunder as the forced defense gets torn asunder by the OTT running game for a moderate gain, and it'll be second down.
If torn asunder is people grab my jersey with their fingertips and I just keep running.
Yes.
And it is absolutely 100% torn asunder. I liked the first week that it happened after playing BIC. It happened.
First week, first game.
No, it didn't happen to the Animals. It didn't happen against the Animals. Shout outs to Olive, making her presence known. Her take is that the Force might actually deserve the 9th spot.
Interesting. Olive, are you really into Olive? Come here. Come here, Olive. 8:34 left to go.
Go there. You can go there. I know I whistled the sharper whistle.
Oh, she just wanted. Oh, she wanted back in her recliner.
Yeah, she's taking spots.
Yeah, the snap, pressure, throw, Tannehill. Oh no, good thing he had his pants on. He almost lost his pants on that one, Corey.
Yikes.
There's somewhat of a longing. In the night sky.
And if you're wondering what it's like outside in Jersey, looks quite a bit like that.
The throw tipped. And this is the OTT fan base right now.
Just turning their back on the game.
Just sadness, looking out at the moon, looking out at the street light.
Pining, if you will.
Wondering what is happening.
And some of our fans are like, who is that in the red underwear?
That is Brian Danielson.
You should have known that, fans.
Every time, if Olive remains in the recliner, every time there's a sad defensive play, we're going to sad Olive camera.
Sad Olive.
We're going to wistful Olive cam, which is brought to you by the A7FL YouTube channel.
And shout outs to Berserk Athletics if you want to get the Corey Hammond jersey that I need to buy myself.
Yeah.
There's
throw
Tannehill.
in trouble. Tannehill out of reach.
Listen, that's a well-placed ball. The thing that Tannehill has to learn is what he does is he drops back way too far. That's something that I used to do early in my career. Now, I did it because there was no pocket to step up into a lot of times. But when you force yourself out of the pocket, you allow for an easier angle for the defensive edge rushers to get to you, which means that even if there is good blocking, there's going to be guys in your face. So he put the ball out there with enough room for his receiver to maybe reach out and grab it. But again, just not enough from OTT to look competitive here against this Force team that is looking ahead into the playoffs. Yeah, I know, Olive. It's getting early. It's getting late real early around here if you're an OTT fan. I know. Poor baby.
40-8. The wistful Olive cam. If you're not watching the 3-on-1 cast, just for Olive content alone, I don't know what you're doing. And it will be the Force Looking to make something happen. Trouble. Handoff. Cuts through.
Shovel pass reverse.
Slip slide. Gets to the 50. He's still running. He's still going. Turn out the lights, Sterling. The party's over. Put the keys away. Take him out the fishbowl. Send them all home. And that one is a touchdown for the Force as we are being called
by the division owner
of Nevada. And we'll answer that call. Try to.
So 2 things on that play as Matt's figuring out the welcome interruption, but an interruption nonetheless. Very creative play call from the Force. So you have to give them credit for, in this point in the game, OTT's really in a position where they're fighting for their life. Not working out so great. They take advantage of that with the misdirection. A shovel pass that turns into an inside reverse, and then the best playmaker that the Force have in Jaden Webb is out in the open field with plenty of room. Now, OTT corrals him. But when they go for a fingertip tackle, barely using all 5 of the fingers of their hands, mostly like a pinky up type of situation, trying to tackle like this, that's why an athlete like Jaden Webb that wants it, that has the will to win, gets through those terrible attempts at tackling, which I would say it's a stretch and a lot of work on that word tackle doing that. Deion Fox, again, missing from short range. But OTT, if they want to be a serious team in this division, in this league, they have to use their shoulder a little bit more to tackle than, I don't know, never. Derek.
We're out in Vegas right now. 46-8 the score. Checking in on the Nevada division. Hey, Derek Duncan. Hey, Nevada broadcast team. What's going on?
Very windblown and interesting, but fun day of football. The Force out here just dominating OTT, but OTT showing the heart they showed last season today, and not
on offense
disarray that they've been doing all of this season so far. So pretty happy with the result here. Again, looking like they might have something to build on it. We are probably 30 seconds ahead of you on the call, and wait until you see this return coming up.
Shoots through, and that's a big return. Arm whip fought at the 45, and that one will stop it there. Derek, we got one more game on the schedule tonight, the Insomniacs and the Gold.
Air.
What are we looking at from this Insomniacs team 1 week after 1 week removed, 1 game removed from their first loss in over 2 seasons, well, at least over a season and a half since the 2022 national season?
Short answer, about 30 minutes of football. It's going to be ugly.
Are they coming fully staffed with Scott Hamilton returning back to quarterback after he just had his appendix removed, right? Or are we going to see Zach Luciano?
I doubt we will see Scooter at quarterback, but I don't think it will matter. I think it's still going to be 8+ cylinders versus an available 2 for the Gold, and it's going to be...
Yeah, one's misfiring still. What I said was this day was going to be Force versus Savion, Dem Forces versus Savion, and then the Insomniacs versus Air. Thoughts?
Aside from Savion not returning every kick this game, which has been the majority of our...
You hate that, don't you?
Oh, God, do I hate it. Like, you have a weapon like that back there. That's like, all right, I'm fighting this werewolf, and I got a gun full of silver bullets, but I'm going to use this knife. Like, what are you doing?
And the knife is made of nickel.
Nice knife, though.
No, it's made
nice
of nickel,
knife.
though. It's made of nickel.
It's my grandpappy's knife.
Yeah, it's not even a silver knife.
My grandpappy's knife.
How about this? What do you say about the performance from Darnell Richardson in direct comparison to Chaboy Endeavor's opportunity against a team named the Dream Team?
Smooth has been effective at times, but ineffective in the biggest moments. The turnovers have been almost exclusively by him when OTT has had momentum. It's been his arm that has been losing them this game. But shout out to Darnell. He's fighting hard. But the throws have been into the wind and hasn't put enough muster on the ball. And so it's not all his fault, but it is all his fault. But I still think he's the right quarterback for the job. And how he compares to you, unfortunately, you didn't have a real line to to stand behind and couldn't get out of the way as quickly as Smooth does. He is quick play offense, quick strike guy, or you're sit back in the pocket and wait for him to develop guy. That's his offense, your offense. So I don't think it's a fair comparison.
Oh no, and he's shown in the Nevada division, because I was 0-2 in your guys' division. A lot more times where he was successful than I was out there. But what I'm saying is that it is one of those studies, really, when you break it down, that, you know, depending on what team you're playing with the guys around you, you know, everybody wants to say, oh, this quarterback's great. Oh, this quarterback's terrible. Oh, this guy's this. Oh, this guy's that. You put Darnell on the Insomniacs, I make the argument he looks like one of the best in the league. You put him on a team like OTT where he's having to do a lot more heavy lifting. It's a lot of like what you see at times where, you know, guys like myself, guys like, you know, Kenneth Stewart, guys out in Ohio. We have the Temu, Trevor Lawrence. We have the fake Chad Pennington. And there's the final.
46-8. And Derek, before we end the stream and before we let you guys go to get ready for your 7 o'clock game, which is now in an hour and 9 minutes from now.
You got to carry.
The Eastern matchups, want to get your thoughts really quick on the Eastern matchups for the playoffs on June 2nd. I'm going to turn your audio down all the way because you were really loud. But for June 2nd, it's the Buzz versus the U, Snow Tribe versus the Nightcrawlers, the Watchmen versus the Animals, and the BIC versus the Renegades. If you could pick one upset to come out of the first round in the Eastern bracket, which one would it be?
There's only one that's available from those teams. That would be Silk City. I don't think it will be an upset, but the rest of them I don't think are comp at all. It will look a lot like what we saw here today in the game you just got through calling from Vegas.
How badly do the Nightcrawlers curb stomp the Snow Tribe and those snowmen?
I don't think it's going to be as bad as one would expect.
Nice.
It's going to be very much like BIC Snow Tribe, like 35-0 type thing. Snow Tribe's got a pretty good defense. They know how to
Yeah, they do have a pretty good defense, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Derek Duncan. Appreciate you giving a call. You've got your next game, Insomniacs versus Gold, coming up at the top of the next hour at 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 Pacific. So we'll leave you to that. Thank you for joining us here on the 3-on-1 podcast.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Matt, go get your sandwich. Hope you guys get to get some good rest. Corey, I know you'll be up doing whatever you do with 17 kids and how you still live that life you do. Fantastic, man. I'll check you guys on the backside. See you on the other side of the ball.
Perfect.
And on that note, we will say so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye from New Jersey, and we will say so long, farewell, thank you so much, and we'll see you on June 2nd. It's playoff time in the A.